Blessings, everybody. YouTube, you still blocking me from being able to upload this video from the other day. It's quite interesting, the stuff that the quiche Lemmings are doing and being told. What's going on? A lot of crazy fuckery. Let's see what's going on. See how if I can share this. How are you doing today, everybody? How do I share this? Crazy weather here in California. Snow and shit. Oh, there we go. Gangster bullet everybody to ask, like, what happened? You wanna know what happened? That's what happened, fool. You just fucked your economy by asking what happened. Our people just was told, your wine is vinegar, and your beef is shit. Don't buy your shit. B.R.I.C.S nations are taking over everywhere. $25 a piece now. You still don't know what happened? B.R.I.C.S nations are attacking everyone that's asking what's going on with this disease. This test we sent you that the DOD of your country was scared about because you got to send information back and we taking blood and even proving that the shit works. You didn't know our shit works on quantum, baby. We sending that information back already, man. That's why our technicians are the people that understand what the motherfucking shit says. So you can go ahead and look it over and say what you will, but we're being really honest to you. Thank you. Come here.
Addressing a disturbing story we reported to you.
Okay. What the hell are these goofballs have done now today? It was a beautiful day in San Francisco. And seeing that stuff, doing prayer, Lord allowing us to be a part of those people's life, you know, the people we talk with. It was beautiful. And we taking back the cart to this place. Not the cart, but the, what they do right there? Damn, brain fart. Hand cart. The hand cart. Or dolly for some. But the hand cart. Beautiful thing. Turning back around. Just loading this to the. And then I was trying to record. I pushed the wrong button. And especially I thought, for a way for us to be seen, that's too much of a coincidence. They had to exit it out like such. And we find out when we go to leave, it's the only way you can go.
But yeah, perfect timing.
For everything. I think he was on the car when he asked me to move the cart. And I thought the car moved the car up there. There was nothing on the car. And so I was sure told, like, why did you tell me that woman like that? And I just pushed the car and did prayer. And I looked over and I'm like, what the fuck? It looked like a bus thing or some shit. I never really messed with like the EBT thing. It looked like a bus stop card or some shit to me. I was like, oh. Walked over and going through it, packing the crystals up. But I didn't see it there. When I went back to the car, from pushing the cart, and me pulling in, that shit was there. I thought it was on. Read the name and everything, was like, oh shit, it's EBT. And you go, take it inside, that line started going, I ain't standing over in the line for, I'd be there for hours, shit. Don't mess over here. Here, dude. Put it on top of the car. Did a prayer. I thought in my head, shit, I'll get this on there. Try to do like, cause I know it's like, 7 or 8 Bay Area group things. And try to, inshallah, something like that might happen. Nope. I'm asking people, you missed the card? Yeah.
You know what went through my mind? Because I was like, well, we can leave it in the store or give it to an officer. And then I was like, and then we're in that about of giving something and they're asking us if we still there. Remember what the was?
Yeah, I'm trying to go through this with you.
No, I was like, no, it's not there.
So I guess that was shit. I'll be over here trying to give it to you so you give it to the L.E.N.R. What the fuck, dude? I'm not high on crack shit. To you motherfucking ass, but now I'm not giving it to you. What do you mean? You didn't find it for it. It's 19th law possessions. Man, this shit's mine. Spiel boxes on another golden post office right here, bitch. I'm taking it over here. Take it, give the people to get in. And you just over here watching you arrest that woman, the other officer, the drunk chick. Fuck you guys doing over here? Trying to act stupid against me and my fuck you. Man, that shit was crying what the fuck there is, man. careful, man. People, just be careful. Because motherfuckers, just because they got a badge on and shit, they're living on the streets, that's some fucked up shit. A lot of the times, these people trying to get help from the motherfuckers that is supposed to be there, that's how I get hurt most of the time. Motherfuckers try to help me out, and then I get beat out for it, trying to help somebody. And since me and what she was talking about the wallet, how'd that go, man? We walked through the parking lot, Safeway, where the post office is, in Sabo Tower.
Yeah.
And I found out, we walking, see some officers walk towards the motherfuckers. As we walked across town, we houseless, my homeless houseless, by choice. See that dude's address on the card, on his license, see the post office, which was there next to Safeway. Yeah. He was gonna drop it out there. It's not like the police office, you guys do. But we said to watch him. Watch these 2 more officers fuck with his drunk day. And the man that should never been done. Never really done. Making nobody's water. And we wrapped up as he was getting goofballs. And so we got this wood, yo. You guys want to return it? Since you're fucking community officer or whatever, you're supposed to be over here harassing this drunk lady, getting her trying to do stupid shit. Nope. Them evil clowns turn their attention on my ass, man. Next time, I'm being accused of stealing this man's wallet, but I'm fucking asking him in return. Yeah, I like how that always goes. That's shit. Yeah, that's what she said, oh, no. Alright. I'm good with those people. This is the first time going to the bay and not getting a ticket. They said, well, I'm good.
I'm glad it worked out perfectly. We sticked around and
stick around and make sure the lady didn't get home, get raped or nothing right there, because I'm telling you, dude, that was some shit. There's some stuff there, like, you shoot the motherfuckers, dude, and just leave them right there for the animals to eat.
yeah.
And just not be laying there, there's nothing to look up to. It's crazy walking through the city. Happens, but I know everybody's doing the fucking thing. Nobody's seen them. Everybody's around scared. Everybody got masks and shit on. Houseless, destitute. Fucking the smell of it is atrocious. And I don't know why you even do that. You ain't got fucking criminalized death mask. Fuck a death mask. You need a respirator where you can't smell Palo Santo when you're driving in the car. It's the type of shit that I wear. And, well, and taking that thing on off, every day is nasty, like the motherfucking water tastes like soap, because it's just nasty. Well, yeah, when you're spending my life trying to live there, fuck you. People are just retarded when that shit comes. That shit smells like, almost as bad as Washington, D.C. You see the disgusting nature of people doing stuff to people. You walk in the store, get a hole or nothing. That shit's crazy. Now it's even worse now. Shit, social distancing, we got some things on the trucks talking about 10 feet. Like stupid motherfuckers today. Trying to do something for, why does some say in front of my shop? One day. guys or something. So I walk in the store. Folk trying to walk on me. Look at this. What is it, man? What you guys gonna do? Yeah, you know you're trying to show your little butt, man. You motherfuckers just said. Come in here all fucking pussy fat out the gym. What the fuck can I do? What the fuck is you gonna catch me for? I'm over here doing prayer. There's the sage and the frankincense on the concrete. You just gonna cut your concrete on fire? Pray for you dumb motherfuckers. Cause you're in there, when you're working out, the last thing you close and the first thing you open is this fucking gym in town here. And you know, with your little paper mask on and all that shit, you gotta keep pleasure with it. These high contact areas, with your hands sweating and everything else like that, this is retarded. Pray for you people, man. You people gotta drink that bullshit cause the shit fucking hit it. Can't sit at home without moving. The fucking hamsters on wood. No brain. People got some shit here. You know who makes sure that GNC drinks, y'all waste that money on to drink and throw up.
Foundation in China.
Guys making yourself look like women, and women make yourself look like that.
Words in the bastard's mouth.
I'm coming from that way.
Fucking proof
I'm from America.
or examples of the mechanisms or anything. It's bullshit.
I eat myself up while I eat me. I can't sit at home. Now just gonna get your own lithium, release. Mitochondria, all about that. Sorry if I'm on saggy, because I ain't got that super boost of zinc and all that shit. That is potentiation, so my body starts breaking down. Yeah. Oh, guys. Crazy.
Last week, the FBI and Homeland Security preparing to issue a ruling that hackers and spies in countries like China and Iran are working to steal U.S. research on COVID drugs and vaccines. Let's welcome back to the show retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Quickly.com. We're here to hack into Koolaid, which is remdesivir. We've already reported China tried to grab the patent on remdesivir starting in January. Your reaction to this news story?
Hey, what's remdesivir? That's the thing in the stuff that you got to read where I was showing you about the diners that it causes what? Heart attack. Like chloroquine. What's wrong?
Yes, honey.
Isn't it that you read that or not read that or what's that going on?
I read that, but what I don't understand is, why would, if it was some, it's the hydrochloroquine.
Mm-hmm.
It was something that they have run studies with.
And also the remdesivir, what she just said, was also in there. The other drug they're trying to use. Pushed past and made the money off of and panned it. And shit that fucking other people got and told us so. That's why I said, why don't you look what that shit does to little kids? You understand?
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the trace markers and the things, the drugs that they're doing because they manufactured. Something like that fucking bullshit that they show like in the Sarcoidosis stuff I showed you with my mom. Over here. We have no idea of the cure for this shit, but we'll give you this right here. Man, we get yourself. But this will forever change your gene pool. And you have kids with no arms or legs. You want to take it? Sure.
and nobody would take it knowingly.
So why
They
is,
knew that, and they wouldn't tell people.
that's why it's interesting that you have what drug given to people with sarcoid that supposedly was stopped being administered in the 50s,
These people.
and especially in the 80s. In my group of pod births, we have fucking kids born in the second grouping of large amount of kids in the United States with no fucking arms and legs. Or shoulder down to the elbow, but from the wrist down is fucking a quarter of the size, and then you got your middle pinky and your fucking thumbs.
I've seen,
Thumb, pointer, and pinky.
I saw a documentary.
Justin had, he was missing his ring finger. Kid I went to school with, Justin. They fucking pointed in and called him T-Rex. That's why I showed you that stuff, the information in the book, in the album. What we looked at was interesting. They said there's no cure for this shit, but all we can do is keep fucking try. There's a lady that started at your weight now, and now she's 400 pounds. So we're going to give them prednisone, like they stated. Once you get past 10 milligrams of prednisone, we don't know what to do, we just up it, lower it, or cortisol. Right? Well, all it is an immune suppressant. So you're fucking septic for your whole life for that time, or that 2 to 5 years that they're giving you prednisone. Or cortisone. So it's an immune suppressant.
Yeah.
So did you really get sick or not sick, or what the fuck happened to you during that 2 to 5 years that they were suppressing your immune system and you're septic? And you develop what? Like it states. Diabetes, all this shit, depression, fucking suicide tendencies, all this stuff that, well, now you're on pharmaceuticals from the fucking the non-doctors because you're depressed.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you depressed? I don't know, because these fucks over here giving me some shit. And I'm getting 400 pounds. Oh, let me give you this. Let me give you this. Let me give you this. So you see when I'm going to galley painting, you're giving fucking all these things and such, what would that be the person's body? Well, how does that help somebody fucking get better? You understand? Because the stuff they're giving for the mind is also immune suppressors once you mix it with the other things. Once you get that other shit, you get that fucking concoction going, it's really hard for somebody to get away, especially if their gut is now fucking fucked off and not being able to move because you got all this shit in there. You get the Koolaid, you get the IBS, you get the bowel syndrome, you get fucking slurge, small intestines not metabolizing stuff. It's where you get pharmacopoeia from the head doctors makes it the way the pharmacopoeia from the doctor supposed the doctor, alpha doctor, fucking cardiology doctor says, well, you got malnutrition. Well, let me change this, let me do this, let me do this right here. And so we started taking in vitamins that you weren't because the head doctor shit was making that where it doesn't work. Because it's like the head doctor shit doesn't work if you get certain vitamins, you understand? It's just like the other doctor, the cut doctor.
Yeah.
But they don't tell you that. You understand?
Yeah.
Think about that, what I just said. So if blood thinner, you can't eat motherfucking broccoli, the other one you can't eat motherfucking strawberry. Think about the head doctor shit.
Yeah.
But they don't explain the same thing to you. And they don't have the same misunderstanding. Or you don't need vitamin K or vitamin E. How that will throw off or kill you and make you bleed the fuck out. Or cause what? You take strawberry vitamin K with the round blood bone and you end up with thrombosis because it makes the body fucking make it turn into platelets. Like what's going on now? That's why I said, think of what you live with and the people, and think of why they can't take those and those vitamins in there, why it throws that off or inhibits that fucking thing from happening, or the side effects that they state will happen. You understand?
Yeah.
And you'll be able to reverse engineer how this monoclonal virus is doing. Like I had seen in the thing. Helping my son contract and others. I'm trying to help you. All these fucks that listen to us. And you guys will listen to us now, but the fucks that listen to us while we're garbage, moving around, doing all this shit, because it's really, it's obvious as shit. When you're having a conversation, you type something, and probably comes to it or whatnot. As you'll see, which, listening to the video I uploaded before this, just went before this from San Francisco, looking at what my wife was looking at when I was asking her to. She didn't comment, but I asked her really good fucking Kawasaki. Kawasaki, what the hell shit, I go to Kawasaki, but some reason it went to Kawasaki disease stuff that we've been talking about, so I'll explain to her that misdiagnosing these kids with Kawasaki disease when it's not. Sarcoidosis. And it's another one of those, like Kawasaki disease, where they're going to try to hide the profile picture, but the criteria for these kids, that's sarcoid. It's another thing that they are hiding in the sense that will have this immunological response and vitamin D factor, or if you look at the stuff, trace things that I have. The things that are mitigating this and so forth and causing such. They have a cytokine or a sarcoidosis response in the body. COVID hits around 12 main many factors that happen. And up from cytokine 2 and 4 to the fucking vitamin D. Instead of others. Just those simple ones right there. Illustrating this anyhow.
Without even knowing the details of the FBI and the Homeland Security report, it's consistent with past behaviors of both regimes. And there's two really important things here. We've done it for the land before, looking at North Korea and Russia and China. Iran often mimics the behavior of other adversarial powers. So they see something, they do something, they copy, they supplement that. There's very consistent behavior for them. The other is from a Chinese perspective, it really makes the point that China doesn't see military competition and economic competition. They fuse all this together. So for them, everything is fair game. And there are no legitimate boundaries in what we like you to feel about. Yeah, Google is reportedly identifying more than a dozen nation-state hacking groups. It's not just China and Iran, it's also Vietnam and South Korea. There's also this, these countries are taking advantage of software security as millions of researchers and scientists including seven to work in their homes. There's a lot of coming out. It's something unusual coming out from those. That the UK, scientists and researchers in the UK, is now saying, Colonel, that the COVID-19 outbreak in China and Wuhan started earlier, possibly, it looks like to them, in October. So if it started in October, then the cover-up and the concealment in China is way deeper and more profound than we realize. And that is that 18 state attorneys general, that bipartisan push, is like Republicans and Democrats saying, House and Senate, we've got to launch hearings right now into what's going on with China covering up. Your reaction to that? Well, this is something we talked about before, which is China's more aggressive behavior of late, acting out in the South China Sea, going after Hong Kong dissidents, pressuring and threatening other countries that if they don't essentially duplicate Chinese propaganda, that they'll be cut off or punished. And that's why I think the Chinese are in a bit of a panic mode here. They never had pushback and bad press like they have now. And so literally we're just throwing everything we possibly can at these problems to try to figure out a way to get on top of this. Great to see you. Come back soon.
October, huh?
Welcome back. You're watching the evening run on the phosphorylation network. We're coming to the bottom of the hour. Let's welcome to the show retired Army Lieutenant Colonel James Califano of the Heritage Foundation. Great to see you, sir. There's a latest report that China is now circulating inside its leadership, an internal memo that warns about a worst-case scenario with the United States that it could go into a hot war of armed conflict as anti-China sentiment around the world is the worst since the Tiananmen Square crackdown in 1989. Your reaction to this thing?
Well, this is a very hawkish, super right-leaning think tank that's affiliated with the military intelligence community. They're going to give you the most dire prediction you want, because that's what they've always been. America's going to attack us here. They're feeling the fear of the Chinese leadership. I think a lot of the response to the Chinese virus isn't that they're stepping out and taking over. They're afraid. They're afraid to extend the economy. They're afraid of their reputation. They're afraid that somebody might take advantage of them. They're scared. And what this thing tends to do is exploding that fear. The here's what I would say, they're right on. They said this is the most anti-American the world has been since Tiananmen Square, and I think that's absolutely true. But the notion that somehow this is going to go to conflict between the United States and China, that's simply ludicrous. Most performing arts groups as the traditional techniques struggle to survive in the modern age.
Welcome back. You're watching the evening run on the phosphorylation network. We're coming to
Well, let's start with the China situation. How bad is it right now? The government, the finance minister, the police corner trying to say, look, this is a technical issue of the debt loan that issue. Another serious situation for Australia. Undoubtedly has the ability to impose significant trade costs on Australia. It shows your economy. So, I mean, the government this is only for COVID-19 inquiry. How'd that happen? Kind of tell me cold rain shit just got a lot of down and proper food before we got to tell us not only about you, but also a bit more all your water. Which is a socialist state where, there is no such thing as free trade. To achieve the Australian agricultural sector, which is broadly known as one of the least subsidised sectors in the world of dumping, is inherently ludicrous. But Beijing is very aggressive at the moment and is deciding to punish nations that disagree with it. Now, I think the American government needs to hold its nerve, and it looks as though it's doing so. At the same time, it doesn't want to inflame things unnecessarily, so it's right to ask the Chinese if they're rude and say these are technical industry measures, but, those of us who don't have the discipline of the government can tell the unvarnished truth, which is this is brutal Chinese trade aggression against Australia with no justification at all, conducted purely for political purposes. And the one thing you've said there I want to explore, and you referenced its impact and the retaliation of the this is not something that we're alone in, is it? It's happening in terms of retribution of various nations. I mean, it's not just in terms of coronavirus, but the treatment of Taiwan and other matters. When they don't like it, they will react and react forcefully. This China's aggressiveness is evident all over the world. You see military aggression. It's kind of like the reversion. What we're doing it together, right? Because usually Americans doing that kind of shit, right? Yesterday, the day before. You're also seeing extreme diplomatic aggression in Europe. The Chinese embassy website in France bizarrely accusing the French government of leaving infected old people to die untreated in the old people's homes and so on. This is a very paranoid, aggressive moment that China is passing through. It's normally a long time before Beijing gets to a trade sanction, It has done trade sanctions against other nations, Britain in the past, Japan, South Korea. It hasn't done much of that sort of thing to Australia. It has done a little bit, but it looks like it's going to work out our barley export. It's imposed with
He just got hit with a fire that they created in
beef exports. Now,
pumping in all the water.
it's hoping to set up a human prize in Australia amongst the affected parties for the Australian government to just surrender and let the Chinese do whatever they like. But that would be absolutely disastrous for Australia. The truth is the Morrison government has not done anything unreasonable to provoke this. Calling for an inquiry into the COVID-19 epidemic is common sense. The solution shared by the Europeans and then because they're following the feelings of and impose a penalty on you when you're vulnerable with COVID-19. Are you going to buckle? Now, the Australian government response has to be, no, we're not going to buckle. At the same time, we're not going to exaggerate the rhetoric. So if there is unreasonable rhetoric, let it come from Beijing's side.
What the fuck are you about?
Well, let's start with the China.
Seen this in the Chinese playbook before, slowing down processes related to trade in specific industries. They did to Japan in a dispute with them, they did to the Philippines, and they made life difficult for Norway and the UK at different times when they were having political disputes over a number of issues. So it could well be a deliberate strategy to apply pressure to Australia, and of course we had that threat from Australia's Chinese ambassador recently that there will be pressure put on Australian trade. The argument that Australian farmers have made is that the measures we apply to things like our barley crop shouldn't attract the kind of tariffs that China is talking about putting on, up to 80% in some cases. But we'll have to see whether this widens out to other sectors and other measures.
And of course, what the response will be is that US Congress supporting Australian barley. This is the other key question: to what extent will it actually hurt the Australian economy, or what alternatives will be found?
Yeah, it was good to see a letter from a number of bipartisan group of US congressmen and women, broader than just the Australia caucus. This has been a new feature in the relationship, an effort to have good congressional support for the alliance, to see
Well, we're seeing our ships and missiles from the
Corey Gardner, who's very influential on those issues, a major trade, sending that letter to our ambassador in Washington.
That's why we're doing the long-range missiles.
So that we're sent to them when it comes down to trade policy, and we haven't seen yet a show from the White House of strong support for Australia in any sort of trade dispute with China.
What we are doing back to some of us right now, we talk about Australia's defence strategy, which is already in a state of flux, if you like, a bit of a transition. That strategy is accelerating. We look at number one with a bullet perhaps on the impact, and that's the US, China, strategic power play, call it what you will. But yes, China is part of a cover-up here, but it's the US that looks like it will be more weakened, and not just the US. You can look at Indonesia possibly as well?
Look, it's changing the geostrategic balance, that's for sure. Indonesia is a great example, a strong economic trajectory. How it comes out of coronavirus will be interesting. It's had some difficulties in managing the disease. It's had some political difficulties in managing the disease as well, with some internal friction over the way government has responded and the extent to which they've been willing to openly and transparently confront the problem. It is having a very sharp impact on US-China strategic competition. We are seeing a much sharper discussion of China in the US than you would have thought possible 3-4 months ago. And for China, it will have an economic impact. Not only will China see a decrease in demand in the country that's by it's good because of the economic downturn generally, but they will see that move to shift manufacturing away from China to decrease our dependence on China, and that will have implications for their economy.
I wonder if there's one element which this really won't suit China. If you think of China's strategy, it's this slow power creep. Think of the red lines, for example. They said they wouldn't cross in the South China Sea. They crossed them, and the implications they pile on. The world almost like the flow in that boiling water, if you like, that analogy of it slowly getting hotter and the flow never quite jumping out until it's killed. Could this actually bring things to a quicker? You've got the coronavirus inquiry, for example, China pushing back, and countries that maybe in 10 years might have said, no, we can't support it. Now they'll just say, we cannot possibly sit by with China such a threat to the world and not support this inquiry.
I think the challenge internally for China is whether they can maintain the rising living standards and economic growth in exchange for a very high degree of state control. And we've seen already some degree of protests in China during the last couple of months over how the crisis has been handled, but also there's been some protest and dissent about the economic response of the Chinese government. So if China's GDP shrinks, if its growth shrinks dramatically, that could challenge the domestic compact in political compact in China. And externally, the big question countries will be asking themselves is, can we trust China? And that's really what the inquiry that Koolaid has suggested is aiming to get from government. Because if we're going to reopen our borders to China, we need to trust that they have the virus under control and that we can trust their public health measures. And there's a big question mark over that at the moment.
As you're saying in the White House, too, staffing all around the White House, like a symbol, is nothing else.
But the president and the vice president resisted wearing masks.
Before that was talking about menstruation having because of you didn't use the calcium in your limbs and it built up like Alzheimer's and shit. It's like, what the fuck are these people thinking they're doing?
You guys got your popcorn ready? Because it's just crazy. In a couple of hours tonight, I'll be at the start of the new one, where he supposedly explains evolution on Earth. But it comes with some interesting shit.
I guess how these motherfuckers got this shit up and trying to drink Koolaid. Fucking drinking and shit. And they keep taking this stuff down. Looks like,
wasn't for this crisis, his shit was not seen. You've seen my videos more than his. And his right-hand man shared my stuff. These people just copy my information, regurgitate it to them fools without no actual rule example.
Yeah, spaces. Zoe has been released so virus changes, it changes the composition, you know.
This dude just started putting that shit in the fucking group.
These people are doing geomancy. I won't tell you why, or what they're doing, or what you're doing to yourself, or to your community, or to your being.
No, it looks like a L.E.N.R thermometer, like a wind cell, has energetics in it. So on and so forth. Looks like one of the gans reactors. One of those.
Oh, the wind turbine, yeah.
See? So okay, because I missed a couple of arguments and this shit in a little bit, so you gotta see what these idiots are up to. So drink some draining. You're making any news of DDS or anything. Drinking draining. Alright. What?
Okay.
Thanks with those. Draining kids. No test, no nothing. No proceed, no scan it, no nothing.
I want you to be just with praise to a happy place and the mixture, which is what happiness. You want to create a calm environment. We can do that. And this now, it has no what we call mechanical electrical system with it. It's on its own. You can put it anywhere and you can adapt it as you like. There is one thing, do not put it inside the house. This is deliberately designed for outside, and there's a scientific reason why we tell you to not put it in the house.
Because they're using it to scan the area.
To stand in the garden and trying to understand the changes it can make.
You're helping this president get like a field.
We will see new technologies, radical technologies in the racing world that can be used, as I said,
Terraform
with
Earth.
post-credit.
I've been doing it for several years, and I've been trying to warn you people since I was 17.
5 minutes. Otros productos que transforman de que trans changes.
Would you like to take us to the shop and show us what we call Humanoid The process of what we call post-trauma will bring a lot of things to us. Next week, we will see 2 products from Iran. Very effective, maybe 3 products from Iran. This is targeted mainly for industry and public.
Little space suits they got.
The team will release new products. And again, we thank all of the team, and especially the officer of the Lemmings of B.R.I.C.A who supported the transition to break through international in this way. And you will see and you will understand soon. This is what I explained on the Tuesday teaching. Where the changes come. And we
change come to your voice. You got infected back last year.
Officials to back the beauty of the technology, the visualization technology will reach every nation from now on. We will see what we call knowledge technology.
I see more rain, more pain, more of the sickness in these kids that these people ain't talking about. I have no idea what to do. Sick motherfuckers created this shit.
So in the Indian's clothing line, you will find the case gans bonus sheet.
I'll tell the picture.
And the possibility data. Currently, we will have published as adult size. And some of the size chart will be available and also about the dimensions of the suit to give you guys
This price at 99.900 euro. And it is a water resistance.
And what does it do?
And some use, it takes a while having out of your life. The one we introduced the second
In this huge economic disparity, you guys don't want to buy this bullshit
in the shop.
and being scared about the bullshit.
This one is being
Don't do
adopted
nothing.
especially for hospitals. In a way,
That's why you want to
can
do
you
it.
get back to the Chinese one, please? With this one, like I said, there is no problem here. With the Chinese, with the biggest new one, literally, you're allowed in a hospital, zip-up, sheet, gans, patient, zip-up, and that's it. And you can really see it at home. Gloves, socks, everything. The socks and the gloves will come in the next couple of hours, and you'll get this done there. But this is the oil again cash production from China, and this is a way we see it. You are affected. We don't play case by case. We go for the whole lot. We extract every virus energy we can. And in a way, what we see, the way this virus is developed, this is like this, when it comes, is my virus time. Very, 1 hour a week, 2 hours a week, just put gases in it, and line it, sweeten it.
Right. It never been healed.
Contaminate yourself.
Right. Like you're not healed.
1 cup, 1 line, especially this suit.
Oh.
It's there for you not to have the towels and this and that.
Right.
You just
Why are you on the third cup?
You have to
And you were able to drink that shit before it was called one of the
when you feel the pain in your toes and whatever, just wear the socks, put it on, and stay here for a couple of hours.
couple of
Everything goes. The reality is, this virus, the way it has been released and is mutated itself, has no vaccine.
Has no what?
There is no vaccine effectively to handle all mutations of it.
Alright. So you're one cup does.
18 months areas plus all the chemicals they put in vaccines. This way we deal with it all new technology and science without any vaccine.
Right.
You feel that you have a pain, little, just go out, put the gases in it, and then wait a couple of hours, walk around with it. You don't need to be
Wait a couple hours.
be there like it. Without calling,
That'll make a bonus, buddy.
or then you
It's
can
instant.
till next time. But as we see, and while we are forecasting, and there's a lot of noise will come out of the people.
Right, you wait several hours and then
And
you
even scientists and journals in the coming weeks, you understand that this way,
It's so that
you
people
have
have
these plant corona, which will have viruses, which is damage your lung and all of that. Just
Like you.
exterminate 2 or 3 hours a day.
That's why you sound so fucked up, buddy.
And then you will see the change.
And
You
you
have
don't have
seen the change in the lung, in this lung, the scans, and the lung will be published in scientific paper. And you can see it's not just preventing the data when the CT scans from the hospital causing and other properties of the molecule shows reversal of calcification. Especially we see a lot of pain on the ear and the head and the neck. And these, as we've seen, in many cases ends up with a stroke. Because of calcification, the brain ceases working and then it becomes paralysis. Even with those, we have seen reversal. This is for the scientists to come to show us and deliver to us. And this is still at 49.99, and this is not to wear and play, this is to wear and stay, and especially for hospitals. The patient comes and the unit is open up, flat on the bed, gans within it, patient, gans on the other side, zip it, 6 hours later, goodbye patient. 24 hours, 48 hours later, after 2-3 sessions, patients get open. We've done this in many cases.
Right.
But this will do it. And you can keep at home. When they come, literally like their fire jackets you keep at home, the fire blankets you keep at home, one has to recover the next step. We cannot run away from it.
So you make asymptomatic people.
Next, please.
Next, please. I'm not
You
healed.
have seen all the t-shirts and the sportswear.
You've seen all the shit.
Units
That does
don't go
nothing.
too fast. Don't go too fast, go back up.
You've seen all the Tell me that was supposedly Russia.
In Austria, we have made 2 separate packages.
That's
There is
what
the
that.
Austrian version and there is the Chinese version. Austrian version stays the prices because it's different. What we call the Chinese version stays at different prices. And this is all kits you carry with you. You walk around, those are there. You carry the kit, you have the water, you have everything else with you. So there are two different types of the same thing of the systems for against production. These are the usage. When you buy this CO2 kit, then you will have this next to it. You can just connect it and you can just use it.
Drink your drink.
And you continuously produce your gases and you can continuously deliver it through different ways for different applications. Next week we'll introduce, or we have to introduce the final unit of the CO2 kit. And this gas gathering unit now, the Chinese version is $2,999. The Austrian version is about 9,000. Different, very different structure. Next one, please.
The same bullshit. You give us an egg or
The
an egg.
different races now, cash foundation groups work with each other.
Yes.
They're trying to make it as much as possible for the benefit of those who want to use it for their usage.
For us.
This is the CO2 capture unit. It's not a horizontal platform. You can put it anywhere, on the roof, in the garden, in the fields, and this is Joey's job. So then you can drop or you can add water to it, and it is a very nice tool for its purpose.
You can add this oil to the ground and to your food. As
Since
the initiative of the coronavirus
it's gorgeous when you work and
is to pollute the world and put the shit everywhere.
This is products that are 5,000 more. Initially, we put this at 12,000 with modification of other products. We said it's just 5,000.
Fucked up in the water streams and shit. These people worldwide, decade and a half, been putting that bullshit in water in the street everywhere. Using it.
Which is cost of the moment they have tried.
Bullshit, making them sick on purpose.
Because of the lack of chip levels.
Controlling it.
I've got money to see what he says and everything. I got some squiggle bullshit. Let's see.
What is this process and how we do it? And the third group of
How much space I got?
the Chinese and then the real especially
said people going back to Africa and they're going to take vaccines because they're racist and they want to turn black. And he's not turning black because some bullshit, right? He's some alien.
In some practice,
He found himself on the side
strives forever because he needs the energy to support the life in the next 10 years, intense to the rest of another.
Now he's describing children, right?
And that's something will carry on taking energy from others.
So,
In the coming time,
he's explaining to you with this next generation of little Martian babies. When the dude stated he had 14 million out of 11 people infected before he felt reality.
The breathing, the combination will come in the coming time very rapidly with them. The gas is for energy, and if the scientists understand and create the correct mixture in this environment, the child learns the blood flow. He is down to living in this for the soul and absorbs whatever he needs.
Sounds more backwards because it sounds like this motherfucker talking about believing in aliens and living with us. Right? You understand? You know what I'm saying? Because this shit is sounding fluid.
Where the child is born into and kept in.
The dude's always been talking about unbelieving your soul sometimes, eating off your body, which is fucking whack. And if you make these little portals and shit, the guy showed that there's things that will, there's more than what you and I are here, right? And this showed that and proved it. These guys never show you anything and prove it, but they talk about this stuff, they talk about the shit that I talk about, in a really whack-ass way. And what's interesting is, it sounds like he's back to telling you that the shit you're doing is not just normal food, or the shit you're fucking with, or the stuff that they're trying to bring is, you know, is something. He used to state, and he tries to talk shit on Trump, and he say that Trump was racist, and all that kind of good stuff. And what would you do when someone steps out of a portal with a different gravity and shit down here? You're going to be racist against that, or build a wall, so on and so forth, so on and so forth. He just stated that right again, like about 4 of these backwards back, and it seems like he's back into it. But again, this shit can be found in seminal fluid, right? You know, Zika virus, seminal fluid. COVID's in the seminal fluid. Like sarcoidosis, you know.
And the new ways that mankind needs to understand to support life, if one can live on this planet with what has been opened up as a Kawasaki Sarcoidosis. Secondly, to be ready to be able to travel this part of the universe when there is no water.
I'm going to go back to that.
And there is no food.
So we're supposed to be the space fighters program.
Every creatures of God, they see this space.
Right? But yeah, you're stupid if you live in space. Or in God.
For this reason, we have two things. We have two choices. We create the new condition ourselves.
Right, that's why I want all these idiots making this shit everywhere.
Evolution will take a long time, and man will not survive most of it. Or we created the evolution ourselves.
Now listen very closely.
The path of creation.
Wake up, kids. They're being terrified.
The ocean scientists,
These people are fucking
have
hungry.
lived on this, but and still practiced in so many ways in Russia and so on.
The Russian scientist he's talking about, kids, is the 95-year-old fucking space program he's talking about of Brazil. That's a Nazi party. It's So Victor Schroeder, that's why his ship and all that kind of stuff that he gives and shows diagrams are all Victor Schroeder's diagram and schematics. The way that they do their star formation, the way that they're having you do their centrifugal dynamic reactors. Come on, people, don't be so fucking naive. Please wake up. It's metal talk. Why? It's still going on in so many ways. They've been testing on people and now the fucking twin. Special type of twin conceived within another fucking conception. They started that shit during the Nazis to see if you could hurt, if radioactives expanded, or if it was in just a way where it was different. Can I infect one twin and the other be infected or not be infected? Well, this is such the difference in the cells. That was part of the space program. And the things that they wished to see were setting up clones and doing things to people here. Please wake up.
Ex-communist countries never could not take it further, but still is an incumbent situation. What does this mean? We can change the path of evolution by creating the conditions ourselves. But does not matter if the child of man matures in 1 week, or 1 year, or 18 years, he knows he does not need to kill. He does not need to spend on the resources of others who have created life. What does this mean? Very simple. Not earth, and then we don't have mother, we are given by anybody. We are living in the universe which prolongs age. We don't kill for it. We don't destroy anything. We have tapped into the limit of the life from the womb of the mother, and we have connected to the life of mother we lived. We don't kill. The secret to the life of man is
So you don't kill your mother. Man don't die, she don't feed you.
the same habit.
Man don't have to eat.
What it is, at the point of birth, we were allowed to move on to grow to the consumption and the allowing of mothers. Then, at the point of birth, so we carry on the same process till the body and the soul of the child matures. Learns exactly to take the body of the universe and the environment and do not care for it.
That's why they've been
In some ways,
vague
I
on
have shown you it.
Naqshbandi.
In some ways, over the years, we laid this down for the mother and
Plants and so forth during this.
in some ways, unbelievably, last year, Queen Viruse has been made. And I told you sometimes,
That is going to be in there a couple of years.
was Fred.
Right. Still on here.
You're sick, you have different energies, you believe.
You're still sick, buddy.
In some ways, I said, we'll give birth in these systems. In some ways, we release the child from a trapped environment into a bigger earth environment, and in the process of growth, in a bigger and then bigger. And all these processes, he shall not kill. He learns in the same process, nothing changes, and he taps into the universal energy. He's doing this with the mother. Now the universe can become a system, and in that process of maturity, he moves into the universal system. This is the beauty of the mother group. In time, you have no choice. You have forcing the president who is only Koolaid. Damages you have. The Fukushima, Hiroshima, and the rest
Are you supposedly
the way to understand the radiations and the fuels induce it. You will understand. In so many ways, we created a condition and the test from in Fukushima to bring the confirmation and conformity. What does this mean? In the coming time, to make sure our children will not carry any viruses with them, and they live a perfect life.
listen to these people, man?
We have no choice but to introduce your environment where the child is born into, and kept it.
Terrified.
The child is still understanding the love of the soul of the mother and the father, understanding the physical touch, understanding the human, what I call the spiritual relationships. Yet can grow to be a perfect man, perfect creature. Never kills, and because never kills, has no dependence on it, never lies, never cheats, because he has everything he needs. What is this process and how to do it? And the self goes back to the Chinese, and then the way especially the Russians follow this, and they could not take it further.
So you're talking about the twins that they developed that little kids
The Russian is that the child is born in a swimming pool of water, while free from the
fucking went through that.
in some fact is how the world at the moment as well. But what it is, the moon comes, strives for air, because it needs the energy to support the life. Then the mind is in touch to the rest of the mother to become a sucker. And now sucker will carry on taking energy from the others. In the coming time, now that we have understood the process of the gans and energy transfer, the children will be born in a pool where they receive all the energy they need by their clinic.
So there's no more babies.
The conversion will come in the coming time very rapidly with that.
You understand? Because this shit's in the zone
For their energy. And if the scientists understand and create the correct mixture of this in that,
You understand? Because the fucking... Oh my god. I've been saying, I said to people yesterday, I said to the people today, I said to you and I'm saying to you, man, wake the fuck up. This shit that these people's talking about is not gonna make you do shit. They have an army of fucking cocksucking sewing machines they've been making in China and selling them for about half a decade and taking stuff. Like I've done with your attention several times. And then trying to figure out, like they state in the thing for the seminal test to see if this shit's in the fucking semen of people. The people that were knocked the fuck out in the comatose, they couldn't get an erection.
They've been getting samples
So,
before
who the fuck
this
was
shit
fucking
hit.
getting an erection and having sex with this little thing, you know, jerking off to
Clean
this fucking
army.
whatever.
You're saying recovered people.
Yeah, recovered people, but still people, no, not just recovered people. They said, only people they weren't able to really get a fucking thing from was somebody that was out.
World
Or
planet
died.
discussing the fucking thing.
That's it.
Control and take over the fucking planet.
I had a pulse to me, and I was in a comatose, in a coma, on opioids where I couldn't get an erection, moving in, they were getting the semen fluid from the people. And you should see these things, they're really fucking interesting. And they got those artificial wounds. And that's what all these motherfuckers talking about right here. You saw that? Are you not fucking picking up on it? Or just now?
Well, it's Monday.
Well, we've been stating that we have fucking what? Last year they had 11 motherfucking babies that were supposed to be birthed.
Outside of the,
No, not outside of the womb.
no, outside of the human's body.
No, not outside of the human body, my boy. The fucking cadaver uterus is put inside live women. A dead woman's uterus implanted inside of a dead woman's uterus used to grow live babies. 10 of them did not make it. The 11th one made it. And I shared that with you.
Right, But they just use a uterus. There's no physical...
Not a uterus, they don't just use a uterus, they put someone who had passed uterus inside of you.
Oh.
She saw that.
Mm-hmm. But now they can be...
It's always, they've been doing fucking shit in tanks.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah,
But what I'm talking about is, they ain't doing that right now. They doing the fucking you walking around because you're semen fluid. For 6 months this shit's been out. And what you just heard when it's been recorded is in October. And I told you. Son's birthday. Then you get gestation from that. You get Sam's birthday. If not, it's Evelyn's. Which was when that motherfucker was there. And he went back in November. You understand? Now, all on that Facebook fucking stuff that I'm sharing with you. I can't find some of the ones because they keep taking the fucking shit down, so everything is fucked up. But, and it's the echo of the shit. But here's how you're talking about what? The Chinese pushing forward with this, and the Russians not being able to keep with it. Okay? Meaning they are already going people with the plasma gans that they're stating. Excuse me, they're people, but they're not people. And they're not eating food. What are these energetics that they're providing for them? So are they human beings? What the fuck are they? Because they stated we gotta make the condition, make it to where our friends can come, because the geomancy shit that they were doing is to make, say, a beacon, as they stated, to bring things here.
Yeah, now that it's here, you gotta grow it. And culture it.
And this will rid everyone of understanding of what your supposed religion or whatnot is. As he was stating stupid but nice, stating all, and mimicking my words, we're going, how the fuck you gonna trick people to be fucking dumb? Because if you actually understand spiritualism, you know, spirit, you believe whatever your higher power is, and whatever the fuck pops up out of whatever stupid shit you're fucking with, whatever I believe in that created me, created that shit. Why the fuck would I be scared of it? You know what I'm saying? And that's why he's mimicking the words that he stated. Yeah. That's why you see the church backpedaling and stating the same shit. It has been. Getting people ready. There's fucking aliens and stuff. If we should call it fucking aliens, it's not aliens, it's fucking you.
But you still understand.
But there's some things that are us, and the other shit is not us. And the shit that this motherfucker's fucking knows is not us. His forefathers came and fucking us off and making us go away.
Well, because you are in the process of evolution. If it would be a natural, if it would be something natural that comes from God itself.
Think of what he's stating right there. He's using Darwinian shit.
Yeah. But I'm saying, if it's something that is playing in a natural course, you know, and you're not intervening in it, you're not...
We're going to make it to where it doesn't kill, supposedly. Supposedly,
it has
in your mother, supposedly in your mother, you're not making nothing die. And if your mom don't eat, then what happens to mom?
You eat her up.
Okay, henceforth, while baby, medical, Western medical, and fucking...
Consider parasite. It's seen from the body, but that's why they would measure your TK hormones.
Because you have to suppress mom's immune system, otherwise mom fucking attacks the baby, because the baby is an external fucking thing and himself.
Autism.
Mom's immune system. Clearly separate. I don't know what he's talking about. It's right off the gate. If you break it down through evolutionary fucking knowledge and shit that he's fucking always talking about.
No, but what I'm referring to is you're saying that there's
there's things that are here that ain't us, that come from the same source that you do, but then there's other shit that is not coming from.
Yes, like you fucking eat, and all it does is eat off energy. So what is you wishing you to create? A body for a gym.
Right, and that's what I was referring to, and you can tell it's that, because otherwise if it was to come from the source, it would come already like perfect the way it is. You wouldn't have to
do anything.
Yeah, you're right, that's what I'm saying.
It comes with its own shit.
So you know.
It's all intrinsically fucking there and kicking caboodle fucking what's this guy talking about where I say, why am I gonna make some shit that you have people make which is hungry, and whatever the fuck comes from that is always hungry. And then you wish us to make some shit and talk about some things you're gonna create that just eat energy as empathic brain
But
cells.
you know from nature that it's not self-sufficient and it's auto-regulated and it does everything in turn without your input.
Same reason why we consume things or things if you go against the grain of which you believe in, whatever the fuck you wish to put yourself into and accumulate any type of non-westernized or Eastern or Chinese or whoever the fuck the person wants to go to. If you just break it down to the basics, you will find accordance or balance with your environment, otherwise you'll find yourself being hungry or die. And if you wish to do natural selection and say evolutionary tracking using those observational methods to make you see what naked and afraid, if you do not work with each other and symbiotically from the macro to the macro to the micro with your environment, it's seen with westernization that they're on this continent where they'd have to be saved during the winter times and other shit like that because they would fucking deplete that which was around their fort because in a sense they would do like cancer or this calcium fucking shit that this idiot keeps talking about where it locks itself off. How does it get anything? There's a...
Yeah, you're not
It has to be
with
fed.
the environment.
Somehow.
Yeah. You like isolated yourself somehow psychologically, psychically. You're not doing that exchange and
So unless there's a signal coming from that, which is you and your body giving you a notice that you have that fucking mosquito bite, which will go away and stop itching if you stop perceiving that it's there. You don't scratch it and cause it to be inflamed and so forth and cause the whole reaction where now you just made it to where now no mosquito bit your ass because fucking you release the smell and blah 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 blah. You go up in there and so on and so forth. Flame doesn't do that. Then you don't have to worry about the potentiation, growth, and having that immunological response that one can control and the other that one can't, why it explodes on some people and doesn't on others, where they have that antihistamine. Because it shows with sarcoidosis, allergies, and so forth. That whole snuffles the nose and the fucking that, that's your immune response. That's your chemokines. You're not feeling. You couldn't realize. All that little simple things like that shut down and pop on, shut down and pop on. Some people don't turn on. But we're going to say there's less than that amount right there. And really diabetes and all this stuff, inflammation, fucking Parkinson's disease, all this shit where your immune system's attacking specific fucking points of the body, but it's still what? Your immune system not shutting the fuck off. It's an immune response. It's a teething inflammatory response. Which is triggered by T cells. Henceforth that you're fucking certain type of cells that are doing it. Which is done by a certain manner. But there's a list of things that will fucking set it off and you'll really break it down and what the fuck's happening. There's just a brief like they state. But your shit's not going for 2 to 5 years straight. But during that time, if we don't notice it, you don't notice it because it just bursts here and there. What do we do? We fucking give you immunosuppressants, which are steroids. Prednisone and cortisol. It's like people that get cortisol shots in the knees. Here. It's like the people that get cortisol shots for pain and so forth in their knees and everything. Why is your fucking body fucked up in that area? It's because your immune system started attacking that area. You had an aggregate form, which is what? Hydroxyapatite crystals. But you got a bunch of the stuff you've been reading about happening there. There's different different than soft tissue because it's spinning in the wrong direction, it refracts a different light, and it's become crystallized. Do you understand? Does that get damaged? Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say that when they give you the cortisol
You can only do it once or twice a year.
medication, it's targeting your whole immune system.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And this is the T-inflammatory, it's a reaction of the simple cells, the T cells, not all the things that make the immune system. So there's...
That's why people get sick and why it says fucking throughout the thing. You see the patient fucking get fucked off. Not from the disease.
No, but because something else pops up and its immune system is fucking confused over here. So who's attending?
And depending on your doctor paying attention or not, or if you can leave and go to a different doctor, well, hey, you got something else. Everyone in this game, we're giving you medication for this. Now you're taking 2 different medications for some shit, now you got a third thing that pops up.
And no, it was understood right from the beginning actually, or expressing it. Because there was nothing wrong with the whole immune system, it was something just with specific function. And then now, because of the different in the spring and whatnot, you start getting potentiation and advocates and build-ups and it's
For someone that has an issue with sugars, D2, D3, D4, giving them prednisones and so forth and those things, they inhibit biomass, the pancreas. You see that tremendous weight gain goes to sugar.
why does it affect?
Because you're thinking what I just described. You remove those, and like you see with this gans to people off the Koolaid. You fuck with D2, D3, D4. You see them on diet. You have a high intake of such things to make up for the microbials that are taking that from the EET lies. As you see. You understand? And as that electrostatic energy is taken, as you see, those brown runners, as they call them, what were those described as U-scan? So I explained to you, it's those little things that people see, little minions, and they fucked up fucking DMT, yeah. And you see that stuff in the album, and group, where I showed you that, and those people, actually I could show you that again, because the phone ran out of memory, so I cut that off. It was in that part of the video. Where I showed, and explaining to you this disease is hitting, as it was showing, it hits the wetlands, itching gland. Have you not seen that there's thing to it hits the lymphatic and how do you say that shit? What's the difference? The inner mucous membrane, the skin, the inner skin line of the lungs. How it attacks that, henceforth that's what pneumonia is, those being inflamed. And the lymphatic system. And how do you not see the mercies that you just read? And the difference between that. Sarcoidosis and that shit they're trying to say the kids got, which is fucking Kawasaki disease. Kawasaki attacks one thing, but they say your kid has Kawasaki, first you have to look for high temperature, swollen lungs and feet that are attacking the eyes. If you look at Kawasaki, it doesn't attack the eye. It does other shit. And goes straight for the heart. But there's a big thing where there's a code and so forth that they're trying to stay down the kids from Catalonian background, get it? But there's a big recurring children, mulatto to dark or chocolate. Well, it's not talked about, but how influenced people that get sarcoidosis is supposed to be color crayons of African American descent, like that's family life. It's kind of odd that we don't see a report of that shit in Africa. And so, what the fuck? Or connect. Or ODT. The true name. Maybe look it up if you wish. There's only anything around this. And the connect was of Upper Africa. But you can go to that rabbit hole if you'd like. Just remember Africa is a Latin word from Spanish. These stupid children. Even Africans call themselves Africans, and stupid is like American Indians. Calling themselves American Indians when this wasn't Indian. Ha! I get an argument over the dummies that try to say that they're Cherokee, but I say Cherokee just means Tuskegee Valley. It's 4 flags, PDR, ski experiments, so on and so forth. Or those of Iroquois descent. We're in a place either. The Constitution was written by the Iroquois for the North. For the North land. Why they celebrate Turkey. Now these things are devised and done in the mind in the spiritual aspect where it hits in such means. That's weird. Interesting way I'm better explaining. The shit that is that the Chinese are breeding children. Remember, just before this outbreak happened, we had that pig that was bred. But what should have made my headlines was the twins that were bred. Really bred. That can't carry AIDS. Or COVID. So remember this S spike that was now live in the previous video I read. You guys have known about that they state and supposedly just knew on this one, but we know about the thrombosis and so forth, the coagulation of the capillaries, what you're seeing now, why there's been over 40,000 pulse oximeters sent and given to the migrant workers, because as this stuff goes after and fucks up people when they're D-downing,
over 25,000 old people have died in arrested care.
The possibility of breaking down and the coagulant of platelets as it compromises the lungs. Even if you have asymptomatic, if it's sitting there fucking up the alveoli, causing dysfunction, you get this coagulation of jettification of your blood as that large surface area of the alveoli try to heal, and that high flow just keeps changing and so forth, because again, somehow this is able to mess with the memory immune response in the immune cells. Henceforth, how people are supposedly recovered from this shit and then reassure that they're infected or getting reinfected, but the administration and so forth is stating that these people never got better, but then how you fucking count how many numbers that they got better? If they got better, then how would they get even sick if, again, you have memory cells and innate cells that are taught by the memory cells to become the next generation of immune response? Henceforth, how vaccines are supposed to work and everything by getting your immune system to be trained by immune response. So it's something that's there, just like immunological TNA and anti-AIDS medications and so forth, that they're doing things that they do with the L.E.N.R blood and the shit from the L.E.N.R fermenter, since they have a smaller immune response cell that's different than ours, as I've had my life look into. You know, we like to talk about shit, but I mean, you guys don't want to look it up, so I passed her in love and make her look it up. And record that reviews is for her and us, but for you also, and for us in the future, and for anybody that would like to use information other than these fucktards using it to make you sick. You ain't gonna hear it from the Quiche Foundation. They're just gonna tell you that look at the shit, keep drinking the Koolaid and buy some spacesuits, because There's a fucking Buck Rogers town. The Chinese are over here banning this shit. You know, they showed you the corona babies. Initially 4 rainmakers. We've been seeing rain since March 5th. And uncontrollably fucking disastrous weather around the world since Friday the 13th of March, Friday. The day after they raised their flag in Iran. And claimed, I guess, victory, whatever the fuck, but so anyway, they stated they needed 14 million motherfuckers are sick. And we got these people explaining to you again, corona babies. And if I get cardiac arrest, that was kind of stuff. We seen it happen to kids because they had hurt spirits. So again, stuff is found in, stuff is found in the semen fluid. Therefore, it's passed on to Zika, so we're going to start seeing the first children bring it this shit. We're coming up in the next couple of months. China's probably going to be trying to hide it. So we'll start seeing it in other countries. And we'll be able to tell. The shit's been out for about 6 months, but it's been for longer. And my wife knew. We started hitting crescendo wave here in the next couple of months. We'll start seeing it like we've been here in New York. We got over 100 kids now just with that disease that's coming from getting sick with the supposed flu. That goes into your semen. Or if you got 1.4, almost 1.5 people supposedly recovered around the world, we split that in half. And we got 750,000 people that are men that almost died in that home. You know, you just made a child. Take a quarter of them people in the state, they got a baby. Now the other quarter of them people, you get to half of that 750,000, you know, is living in countries, and you know what's going on with domestic violence and other shit that's going on. You know, them dudes are getting home, and they're fucking their wife, their daughter, and whoever the fuck else got a hold. And pregnant with this fucking shit. And them kids you'll see around Christmas time. You know what I'm saying? As we get to the recovered number, start looking and see how that date, we're 9 months from that time that you see those numbers. And you start seeing that whatever those kids is that strong, because the first recovered people got the first shit that these people released in the world. And as you seen with that Dr. Lee report that we read to you and showed you, that was from March, that they released in April, showing that women by micron probe and so forth, we saying that these fools are still growing and shit in the lab. Whole reporter stated that they use something that's 270 times more violently contagious than water. And as you see, as they stated in the CDC report and so forth, that you see that in March 15th, Sunday, a secondary strain of COVID had hit the East Coast and had become the dominant strain. Look it up. And it was a more contagious, more dominant strain. That was why these kids are being hit with this shit. And you got fucking goofballs here stating that Cuddle Leaves back about a month now. They was giving people in Iran a new mix of Koolaid and they made them change color. And they changed that batch. Stated, oh, you guys gonna see the color changing, people. And they changed the food stock that they give into the fucking food that was being processed here. Henceforth, the explosion of fucking shit. And stuff from Brazil. Tyson food and meats and stuff. All the BRICS nations, which is controlled by China, and all they're doing what they're doing together. So then over on Amazon, it'll be a spaceport, and its forefront getting cut the fuck down the way it is. And the indigenous people are being attacked the way they are. Because in Kesh Talk 57, again, these state leaders bringing the forefront the 95-year-old space program that they got in Brazil. 95 years ago, who was in Brazil and all this shit there? Come on, man. I mean, everybody fucking tells you what this thing is doing. I'm telling you. And you got 6 portals, 6 nations. If you agree with that, you'll see they're saying they're giving it to 6 countries strategically positioned in the world because it makes up over half the world's population, and they can complete that shit through necromancy and geomancy not just that, geopolitically fucking take over the people of those countries, then they can impose whatever the fuck they want in the world because of groupthink wants, groupthink is. They can impose whatever they want because they control shit. Because they fucking want more than half the world population. And superpower majors and whatever the fuck you wish to say. Right? And then pretty much on this way, fucking stayed up, guys. Right? And you got a big issue with this shit, but they've always been saying that, you know, a couple years back they had 34 portals, now they got bigger ones, and again, the government initiatives, they state that they do geomancy and turn it on a beacon and doing this stuff, right? Well, like I've been saying, this fucking movie Fiji and some more shit, dude. We got the movie fucking Beirut, Contact, and we being fucking terraformed, dude, because you got these people going and shit with real fucking human blood, right? And they're using this one shit to get human blood. This is crazy, man. I wish I could wake up from this shit. Like, oh man, this person on cup of cream. Cheers. Oh, cheers. Give me some more Koolaid. They smell these stars. These fucking Chinese growing bodies. Right? And supposedly just eat energy. No energy, so they don't have to kill. So do we live on this planet or do we live on another planet, guys? I know they have this in for their battles like they do up on fire and fucking malevolent war. Right. They have fucking rights. They're just testing this. Poor things that are getting experimented on and can't scream. That's what needs to be understood. And then I've been saying, this is a human trial, man. And now he's saying it's not just a human trial, it's fucking interdimensional, outer-dimensional, fucking crazy shit. It's like you can't even do no action if I can get your man around this shit.
Oh, you know what?
But I stopped for a million kids because I'm still trying to fathom and put my head around this thing is just starting out some bullshit. And then he's coming with the real. And the people coming with bullshit, they just come with the real. Like I've been stating and learning people. Trying to figure out how you get a flu virus that fuck people off when they see them. And there's fucking next generations of people. And, oh, yeah, fuck was here talking about, hey, you young people, baby. This is how you do it. This is how the next kids get grown. You don't even have sex. You just throw some shit in the thing right there, throw some guns in there, you got a kid, bitch. Right? Chinese have been doing it. Russians have been trying to keep up, but they ain't maybe that far. The Chinese have been doing it. Indonesia, I'll tell you about it. We've always done it. Even though we talk shit on Chinese that they was doing locust plagues. Locust is back trying to get back to China like they did the first time. Hit them with swamps, floods, and fucking storms, and brimstone and fire. And this was fucking... It's interesting. He's all pissed off because they took supposedly his technology and they were giving him fucking with his boots and they call it quantum healing. That's the shit that's being used to discuss and all that. And you see what's going on with the test. meat packing places were fucking doing the stuff that they shipping over that they're spraying with that gun shit that's passing the test that it's fucking clean, but it's not. This thing's really interesting. Here we go, kids. We're going down the other way now. Because when the dude said that the scientists in Germany tested his blood and he was from the planet Sooner. And I'm like, and you got a kid. Because you're married to carry the age and you got a child. And you had to take the bird out the house that you described taking the bird cage and some baby went in the bird. I was like, man, that's some crazy shit. You sound like taking people's soul out their body and shit. And having the ability to do and doing what you want. And you look at the stuff and they're saying that's what they're doing. And I'm like, yeah. And then supposedly 11 million people live in Wuhan, but supposedly 5 million motherfuckers escaped from Wuhan. So wouldn't there only be 6 million people left in Wuhan if they stay in Wuhan right back then because they just had cluster of 5. And now all of a sudden they got to test 11 million people in Wuhan now, but supposedly when this shit all started, supposedly 5 million people escaped from Wuhan and it was like not being racist or nothing, but being kind of rude in a way of stating stuff for a while yet. And the way that those people escaped from the Communist Party, CCP, is fucking, those motherfucking exhausted those crematories right there, where the only time in history other than fucking Hitler was burning people up, did you have people overly being burned up in the last way that they lived? And the time they were doing it, they formulated little Corona baby fucking shit that they published, put out, number 4 on it was rainmakers. Put gans everywhere. Spread this shit around the world. And if UBC walks out and kills fucking viruses and shit, Trump now was talking about this shit's gonna go around with his hat. Ain't no way than fucking hat. How the fuck is it a polar vortex hitting fucking America right now? Think about that, people. We're just gonna watch the news and fucking polar vortex. We got snow people making snow and shit. All the cows and everything, they got fucking wiped out the last time. Cows and shit, they hit our base. And fucking knives in this with it. Like, come on, dude, wake up. They're talking about this shit that they're doing. It was like, man, can't we just like go back to like being like fucking human, dude? Whatever the fuck that was. What people fucking thinking about fucking making bombs to kill each other. I mean, that's like, how the fuck do you guys wake up and that's your job? And you got kids and you say you love your fucking kids and your family members and shit and your wife or your husband, and your fucking job that you go to is making shit to fucking kill life, man. Like, how, I'm trying to figure out, like, how does that fucking work? And for money. And you have the audacity to talk shit on somebody or do something on somebody, or whatever the fuck. I mean, that's your job. That's what your life is. It's fucking ending life, dude. And you got these people doing this shit openly, fucking tricking people, and they know this is ending life. People calling it wake up. This is insane. This shit is ending life on Earth. As we know it. You have these fucking people openly telling you, we are evolving you. Whether you fucking like it or not. You have acquired enough mass. Are you done motherfuckers buying this shit? You are perpetuating and you are fucking content and complacent in every fucking death that is arising from this fucking COVID shit. You're helping these people fucking fund this shit. Helping them fucking persuade fucking politicians around the world to fucking turn the around there. Or to be infected. And take out the fucking opposition. But you're going to the state. We're getting the more and more spots that we need where our shit's like these things that Mr. Squiggles is going here can fucking survive, yo. Okay?
The child knows the blood killed. He is down to living in this suicide and absorbs what he needs. This is how we do life in the space. It cannot be any different here. And as it grows, and we strengthen inside, and understand, we will take from the environment.
So you got people in space right now?
We will never come to God. And that's why my child will be born. In a life without crying. This is what every child, every parent will want. This is where my child will be safe. We have to learn the extension of the life with no commandments. Maybe in the process of a corona, it will be 3 months in the womb of the mother or 4 months as it used to be as we see. The development will be more rapid. And then my child will be born in this water, in these sources. There's no need to be a water. We can create what we call the enhancement unit. It needs a few weeks, and then it'll take shape. This is how you will give birth in this space anyway.
That's how you're telling me how you're going to give birth in space anyway.
This is how your child will be fed in space. So, now that the corona has come, we have learned the knowledge and the know how to use this one.
Please fucking play already.
With the strength of the soul, your child will never allow nothing which is never and will be fed in the box. And then, it'll take the FBC, you'll develop
So,
Wow.
like I said, when you pay attention, that's what's in, your mama and your sister too. Remember that sound out of it. But if you care about your Vicente, stop it all, bitches. Pay fucking attention to my words, wake the fuck up. Come together now. Come together now. Right now. We had a window back then to do something, now we don't. That's why I was like, fuck it. As we're acquiring more minds, and when Lemmings wish to know, we're just not on a little faster. And don't go to sleep, turn around, don't you?
Gotta change my body position because I was getting cramps. Body cramps. No, good. No, tired.
I can show you.
Yeah, let's be against our gestation time will be 9 months, could be 3 months.
Pretty crazy.
And
Our little health things that we stated that we got at the fucking Arizona plant that was supposed to come out beginning of the year and was supposed to be shown to you in March. And April, now in May. They're not used for that. There's no in space already. We got people in space we feeding. Supposedly. This is how you're going to give your baby. This is how birth is going in space. That's kind of cool.
And then my child will be born in this water, in these sources. There's no need to be a water. We can create what we call the enhancement unit. It needs a few weeks, and then it'll take shape. Don't forget, this is how you will give birth in this place anyway.
don't forget.
This is how your child will be fed in this place. So, now time of the corner has come. We have all the knowledge and we know how to use this one. The child will not allow nothing which is not acceptable to his soul and to his physicality to take shape.
And so where the earth,
He will move from the establishment and now through the state clubs. In the digestion system, digest through the soul and through the physicality. Now we understand the process of unsettling. The time will come when man will lose his life. This process needs to start as best as possible in human race. Because the virus which has come to this planet by bringing those genetic or biomarker and time for change will not allow it. We take children faster than others. We see it in nature. We see it in hospitals. Children are becoming very rapidly vulnerable to this. If this virus kills in the beginning and the end, and some in the middle, soon this will take over.
have you seen it in the pigs? Experimented on the mother pigs, gave birth to pigs, and seen the baby pigs die faster than anything. That's what I was saying.
So, in this process, and so many ways, even with the products we introduced today, will start setting the scene for this change. In so many ways, what we showed as taking fear.
You better have some money now, and God can get it. You do that bullshit or fucking understand that, what that for you motherfucking people do. I got it all in your views, written down in some ways for you understand, easy ways for those people who like to take my shit down.
We start feeling ourselves in this method.
I've been doing that for years. You motherfuckers just trying to fucking populate to fuck people off. You sick
Works. Remember the gans water,
right?
and the element of the bottle. The element of the body. And now, that's all you do is you are letting the house. In one stroke, you don't have all the controls over solid food supply. No one can be paid money. Take food, and this was the bigger planet controlling food, energy, and the rest. With this technology and releasing it in this way, we have bypassed the whole lot. We changed the cycle of life for man. If man is ready for it takes up. I've said many times before, when the soul, if the soul arises in the woman, the life of the man will change to the life of the universe. And the soul is alive when the process is done. We teach you how to live in understanding of the life in the universe. No need to kill and no need to destroy. The only thing we can do is to become a process to art. To give, to love. When I talk on Tuesday, I thought this very sharp and very harsh to many of you to listen to it. Go back and listen and understand. It's time to move. It's time to bring the change. And as you see, many of you need to get involved. There is no place for personal emotion. There's one thing, and that is, mankind has to come to peace with itself, and we can bring peace in the universe. We told you the condition is set, and in so many ways, those who earn everything for this virus to be, they do not know that are the celebrants of the Creator. But a virus making variety of the ways of the soul to understand and come to that point. in so many ways, it takes you back to the position of what I call a voice. And before that, you will okay, but you understand the absorption of the energies of the universe. And in the current time, I must say, more and more units will be delivered. In so many ways, you deliver your child to what I call another room of this planet.
Anybody else lost? I didn't even take the bond. I was like trying to figure that shit out. Can you figure it out?
No, I'm lost. I got lost there in the peace and universe.
I'm trying to figure out, like,
It's based out.
so is a fucking working unit since you're delivering kids you talking about, buddy. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. From 500,000, I don't know. Yeah, 500,000 euros. We can make that. We come up with that. We can fucking... What the fuck? Alright. So there's the belly fast, so they warm up their mouth, right? So the gastric system. So you're talking about you driving, you going people with the babies like a child with Down syndrome and shit like that. But they ain't got no butthole and all that. If you ain't got a mouth, then you don't need a butthole. Your mouth is your butthole. Your ass is your first fucking sphincter, maybe.
What the fuck is that? No, it's one of these. No.
The gastric is supposedly attached to the soul. So the one, there's one of human descent, or whether the one, like I have my note there described in my notes. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to read it. It talks about the scripture over those aren't the chaos and physics really ones that we learned from. That's interesting. So, they have it in the body, 6 months you take it out, 3 cesarean or what? Of course it has to be cesarean because before the fucking gestation's done in human women. Now are you doing that to a fucking woman that's wishing to do that? Or you just going to experiment on the fucking people in the re-education camps over there?
No, they said it was a matter of time that it was going to happen, that whenever
Right.
the soul came.
But supposedly it's a soul, hopefully it's a soul that's a woman. What happens to that woman? The soul that you're fucking...
You said and the woman accepts it.
Yeah, and hopefully it's a woman's soul that comes into the ages. So what if it's not a woman's soul, it's a man's soul? And it's not living and nurturing or whatever the fuck. If again, in scripture, what this idiot doesn't understand is no fucking such thing as a woman's soul and a man's soul. There's different shit for that. You're two different people inside, and then you're a female. And two different people inside, and then there's a different description for each. And so I put it up and have you, if you wish to look it up, you can. But and that's what it's described, and that's from Keyionic faith. But this guy keeps trying to use quotes and talk from it. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, fool? Because again, what do you bring in? Because with the knowledge and so forth that you're talking about, that's Darwinism straight gene and ancient. Yeah. Stating that you're evolving people and you're going to war. People no longer will be fucking will be making love and creating. That's not human.
nourish it and let it to be nourished into the gasp of the liquid of the new life. Very simple, because every gasp he takes, every mouthful, will carry the same energy as it was in the womb of the mother. You don't have mouth suffocate. That's why he swallows, that's why he grasps to get. And in that process, the heart of the man will not change to the heart of the animal to get. The process of the conversion within the way of the heart will not take place till the soul matures, then the soul will take over. If you do something, you have to do it right from the base, from the foundation, not building on top of or rocky mountain and the shaky ground. If you listen, in the past few weeks, I have grown very tired. So, you give me a fish tank, and I'll give you one drop, and the fish will appear. So, you give me a fish tank, and I'll give you one drop, and the race of man will appear. Don't forget, you start your life as a fish in the womb of the mother. What is the difference between the tank and the womb once you have the knowledge?
And that's where the end of the shit on people.
Life has been created, and will create. In the past weeks, I have been deliberately and heavily educated into the womb of the foundation to understand how the cycle of life on this planet has to carry out. And we have to
It's your God.
What the fuck?
About how it's gonna be.
These people are bad, dead devotees of the Messiah. And they'll carry that shit up. It has to be somebody younger than them.
I'm brainless.
Fucking sounding like this nigga about to die.
Or go in and get himself fucking stuck in
Mm-hmm.
regrown. Grown himself a clone.
What the fuck?
A transhumanistic fucking brain implant.
The whole fish shit. You talk about the tadpole? Because they actually look more like a fucking frog than a fish. And it gives the name and tail and shit. And Sam might not know that, because it's part of the name, but you said fish. So it shows you don't really know shit. Other than saying, give me a couple of weeks and we're gonna have this juice fucking perfected and we're gonna be raining the shit on your ass. And making the race of dumb motherfuckers that we wish to have because I didn't tell these bitches how to make this mix. And one's on Spider-Man Island in Iran, the other one's in South America and Argentina. I have a feeling watch this shit and go with this. Let me chill. Pulsing on now. I see one. Yeah. I'm just a tad or two early in my life. Let me turn 31 this year. Interesting.
I thought you were 31.
This for you. Yes,
As you are here.
Disturbed, to capture the two, but now the state is corrupted. Still responsible. In that process, knowledge will be transferred in such a rapid way that they will transfer the knowledge to the rest of council members.
I said it twice.
In the coming days and weeks, when we establish the universities and the institutes, the primary job will be this: to teach, to create the next generation of matter. What does not need to kill, what you have to do that change at the outset, not years after that. The gift of life has to be the gift of pleasure, not just for the life, but the full life costing members. In time to come, the scientists and man have to develop this technology their own way to suit their own space and time.
Because it's not
They
here.
will guide, they will protect, and will not interfere.
The Star Trek way.
In the coming time, the spaceship and the will soon come from the beautiful land of the vast will teach this directly in a way that land of peace will become the flag of peace. And then through there, we open the channels to the universal community. We have to understand the totality of the knowledge in the hand. We control it, and as you progress, we release it. And now,
As we progress, we tell you that we use it for actually turn it into a weapon.
we live in a bad time, and we bring it up, kill it.
Don't ever feathers.
And we say, ladies, we bring you to this guy. If you think of it, Corona was in the vaccines from down to progress in such a 3 months, 4 months, to such a level of knowledge that it's taken millions of years.
And good now,
But I hope you one day will understand.
so there's something that works.
The distribution affected the world.
This is one of the reasons we release the CO2 as a
The
fast
reason why you released COVID.
It will come when the
Don't
hospital
each and everybody.
It will come when they bring the rules of
You
healing,
guys are making
the rules of system,
boy.
to back the system. We encourage you, and in so many ways, the whole scene was said by Alex some 4 years ago in Nigeria, but nobody saw it. And I was trying to teach that time, but I thought, what kind of already? Because the soul of Alex is a special soul. When do you understand his work? You remember when we made the swimming pool? Remember? Now,
Although they used to be fucking cute.
if you do better things,
Yes. That's wonderful.
why do you take the children to the school when they're on 4 and 5? Why don't you give birth to your children in the school like a fish with the elbows and understand the soul of the man? Will you not kill and absorb energy and then ignores the maturity of the soul in this world? the school of idiots. And already, wisdom, wicked truths that they pull out outside. As they learned, they never needed to, because of the strength of the soul, they have learned to tap from outside sources. And you see, everything has been liberated for the past 10 or 15 years from my power is their Lord. In the school like a fish without a wild can be learned. Because the soul of Alex is a special soul, only you understand his work. You remember when we made the swimming pool? When they did it? Now, understand.
Okay. I gotta take a long hit for that one, dude. What the fuck? So Nigeria, the people are still sick, so is Ghana, so is Uganda. Like we stated, for the last 10, 15 years, and like y'all can see, in titles and videos and so forth, you look at quiche fact victims. They've been doing this for almost 2 decades. They've been copying their work. What's crazy is, these statements we've been preparing y'all, we fucked off for the last 10, 15 years. How come we don't see this huge thing across the world or across the news of, hey, everybody that's ever drinking this shit that was called the quiche fucking Koolaid, before they called it the quiche Koolaid number 2, 3, and 4 fucking couple men shit. They just had a little CO2, the zinc, the CH3, and the copper. And the mix of each one together, over the last 10, 15 years of these Satan getting people against this shit down the fucking drain, get it in the water table, dump it all over the place, get it everywhere. And like I've been stating, everywhere they've been doing this, and they got their groups before this shit took off, and they got a fucking mass amount of people now making shit and putting it and guarding them everywhere, and little devices and shit that got them doing. And they're telling people we can connect with the stuff. You see a more and more fucked up brother, dude, where this shit is. And it's real crazy, like. Dude, I heard this man was talking about taking your kids. What the fuck is he talking about? Because I'm in a school of fish, and you have your baby in a school of fish, but why would you not take your child and have your child in that children's bath with your other kids? I was confused, because I've had a home birth. I did it with my son at home, and been to water birth before. Youngest daughter, born John Hopkins, tried to have a home birth, but fucking wasn't there. Supposed to be, anyhow. So how do you go from taking your kids and having your family, or you have pregnancy, you have your kid with the family, which, I don't know, that's what they're talking about, so somehow you got a school of fish. I'm talking about having a school of fish, and a school of fish somehow energetically eating off of you while in the fish tank. The spatial inductance means that, like I keep stating, they're using you motherfuckers for fuel. For the fucking ships and whatever the fuck else they do now. And telling you they can harness that energy off you and fucking store your kids and not kids. You just take the energy that the shit just fucking bring up your body. Now you're telling me to fucking make this stuff. And, oh, it just so happens to make the CO2, oh, it's got some attachment. But all it is fucking sodium chloride in water. Anything you can CO2. She has the equations all off here. And fucking zinc cooperite and shit, and drinking it. Well, fucking sodium chloride.
like the family. The family. But you go from, your child is born, but the other kids around, somehow you're school fish. And school fish figures out how to eat from the surrounding area. Well, if it's just your wife at home with the baby or whatever, then it's eating off your child, or your dog, or other plants. Interesting. Time to figure this one out.
If you get parents in this book, why do you take your children to the school when they are 4 or 5? Why would you give birth to your children in the school with the fish and the others that are will you not kill and not play energy and everything else in maturity of the soul in this book?
Okay. So,
Teaching?
fish don't eat? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Fish don't eat
Kids in
food?
school?
Mhm.
Age of 5?
Well, you just said they don't. Somehow, fish, when they have their babies, in school fish, the fish don't really eat. They absorb the energy from the other fish around them.
He's basically setting the tone like, don't be scared.
No. He somehow is trying to state that there's only...
Feed off you as long as you drink the Koolaid.
Because there's only some fish that when their babies are born, they got an embryonic sac on them, or they don't fucking eat. But it's not in a school of fish. Otherwise, the older fish eat them at least till they're hungry. And that would teach the other fish, hey, you gotta eat. Because, once guppy is born, mom and daddy eat you, brother and sister eat you, because guppies multiply real quick. And there's your school of fish. You're not from here, so anybody that's from America, you got your kids some guppies or you fuck around with guppies in school. They're realize fish. They're feeder fish. All guppies. 2 fish, you get male and female, next thing you know, you got fucking 100 of them. But your school of fish, they get to 100, they don't eat each other, because, they're hungry. But he's saying that won't happen. But I'm like, the only way you get born in a school of fish is from mom and dad in your nest, and you got them in egg sacs on you. But
how is a child
if you start eating stuff and you get bigger than brother and sister, and you fuck around, what happens? You never do them, right? If you see them birds and shit like that.
Be it physically or metaphysically or
Those birds
energetically.
that don't eat his mouth up there with fucking smiling, usually that one get pushed out or they don't eat that one.
I see fish born with no mouth.
You watch nature shit? You watch nature?
Oh, nature? Yeah. No, I don't.
So I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about is...
He's talking about the people,
he states, he asks,
age range.
yeah, no, he states,
That he said,
have a child, why do people take your child, have a kid, and then at the age of 5 go take them to school?
yeah, might as well raise them together from birth. Like,
Okay, everybody who doesn't raise their kids together from birth, what the fuck are you talking about?
being born in the same pool. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you have people
How do you have birth?
birth in pools?
Or you don't show someone, where is somebody showing a child never? Other than, as he stated, putting the child in a woman's breast.
And becomes a sucker.
But that is not what gives the child nutrient, because it's proven that only 20% of what you take in intricately through your mouth. It's always been externally.
That's
And
what's
depending on what
sad.
that nutrient is that you put in, and the bacteria in the gut, it's going to be what you're able to consume or not consume, or your, say, your target, if you, yes, capacity, or non-capacity.
Ability to not have to eat
But
in your
analogy of the school of fish is listing the fish
dendritic
doesn't somehow
brain.
childbirth not teaching your children fucking death or whatever the fuck, because fish don't fucking do that. I just don't understand that. You see it on fish own. That's why huge clusters of shit gets fucking shot out, because for survival.
No, what's your last say?
Even fucking that. But it's like, so kids aren't supposed to go to school, or how are you supposed to educate your child? But then this thing that he's talking about growing this thing in the room is eating from the spatial vacuum. Which means that equilibrium-wise, something has to fill the way it's going to be a void. So if you're in that void or in that vacuum, hence spatial vacuum, an environment that this is feeding from and having to try to equalize itself, you're part of that equation, which he's not speaking on. You know what I mean?
Why would you give birth to your children in the school like you wish? The idea is to understand this whole up the minute. You will not kill and absorb energy and ignores the maturity of the soul in this birth. Do you need to keep them out and then put them together in the school, or you give birth to them in the school of your years?
School of fish or real education?
Please tell me, they can choose a physical life outside. Once they're married, then they will move to investigate the strength of the soul they can learn to tap from outside sources. And you see, everything has been liberated for the past 10 or 15 years for mankind to walk and change. Then you will see in the scientific report coming from translation by Dr. doctors in the world, it tells you something very simple. Dosages of a specific way of gases can be consumed. Energy resources from our creation. You need to kill it. Now, which versus goes? You give birth in the air of the morning, atmosphere, or you give birth
Coronavirus.
in the pool of resources that does not kill, and then it matures to take what it likes. Now you understand. Well, post corona means. You need computers, or you need knowledge of the universe, or what to all creatures of that, already standing the rest of the universe. And I was saying in that famous movie, it says, can I make you taste like chocolate? Evidently, can I feel your energies? And using that pleasure to know what you're made of without touching.
Okay.
This process of evolution, mankind has no choice.
That's what I just did with the universe. Showing
The child crawls on the ground,
some just
too
great.
little to tell you what happened in their toes. The virus moves up his arms and toes and his young. Life will be very short. Why does we teach it and bring it up in a position that life become independent of the environment of the physical creatures, and with the strength of the soul can protect the souls from energies.
Just do a straight showing, pick the glass.
I don't understand. The young children cry, and you young children to survive.
Show me, pick the glass.
You don't know the feel of putting our children on the front.
They're gonna take you and fucking take your soul out your body from the little sea crystal.
The process of conversion is not different.
See?
The process of understanding will be very rapid. In so many ways, as I always say to those knowledge seekers,
I sacrifice you bitches.
you have a path of hope. Because if you know about that, right?
It's not everyone from all the women that
Energy
you
sources,
They either suck your body in
energy,
so we can take your body.
to create the right conditions for it.
Alright. Sweet fucking girl space in your body.
So is he running in the road with his backpack?
You really need to do this if you're going to go to space anyway. You're around traveling from the other moons and more mothers.
How you doing? I'm not gonna be worried about that damn thing about those fucking regulations of dogs.
And how to reject them.
You kinda make them little snickers.
Because you can't keep on taking what you don't give.
So you gotta give to the creature that you go inside you that sucks from your soul through the electrostatic electron transport. Right.
Now when you start
The gene thought
what I said,
and the gene light. The dark side
there was
is
trauma, means,
aliens and people being
but
dead
also
and fucking container skids.
I'm going to tell you,
We've been doing this for 10, 15 years.
take it forward, not keeping sharp and hiding.
Right? You just told you just use the cradle of the shit. Do it on purpose.
You did enough time for millions of years you didn't do it.
Right?
Now we're doing it, we show it on the board.
Millions of years he's been around.
Right.
Aliens don't die, it's die.
The rest of this motherfucker and everybody is dead.
Otherwise, knowledge, don't have a leave without time of transition.
Trying to transition kids. And it's where they know people. That's why I say we're in the alien countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 8. Fucking as we go down the budget now.
Easy for 5 or 6 around the house. Don't put a hole at the he's going to do it for me. And he can select.
Right? So now you're getting electricity in your butthole. You're making sparks.
The technological development of human race has been rare to say this can be done by me. As I said, on Tuesday too, in the last few days, I made it very clear that the government and evidence of the whole of the level.
America, they raised their flag on March 12th.
Relying on the weakness of your enemies and make this strong.
Why are they trying to hand our vaccine system and everything? You know, but we shot the movie,
Rocky and Trump, in the last few weeks, has instructed if any fast-growing birds approaches from making ship of millions, we blow it up. We should have done that.
that's what you're saying, Chris.
Everyone this video is Excellency, President Trump, United States.
How long before you're dreaming of him?
The Indian passports have been requested dedication into that.
I've been stating this, you can see it in the weeks prior where I showed that their little piss boats keep coming on our shit. And the Chinese military keeps doing their stuff in Southeast Asia. Going on oil rigs, other things like that. And these little piss boats and so forth, they've been doing that, I've been explaining in previous videos that they keep trying to take down. Explaining about them doing their soft meat tests and other things like such, and the earthquakes they've been having over there from these motherfuckers doing the shit that they're doing. This dude's about to describe is, them little piss boats, like I stated, they shoot our people with stuff. And our military men and women are getting sick. And something else is happening to them in the money areas. You see the Department of Defense were now taking them by their dogs who gotten COVID and supposedly recovered.
Like,
And the guy published and have fucking
this is how he would do it.
screenshots, so forth, of newscasts. You can look it up.
With a
The United States
false
government
flag.
supposed to say DOD stated we're supposed to have no boots on the ground of men and women
Giving us a
supposed to
cue.
be food robotic by 2025. How the fuck is that supposed to be possible? And why? And then you see this. Beginning that same year, same kind of week, Putin stated who controls artificial intelligence controls the world, and it's like, man, again, why can't we just stop this war shit? You know, that nuclear powered fucking cruise missile that Russia got and tried to do that we blew it up and tit for tat, tag, back and forth for a little bit. You know, we got this shit going on. And it's like, man, can we just like stop that shit? But not the manner that these motherfuckers is talking about, is this shit's insane. So I was waiting for him, because you know, when he's always about peace and love and peace and love, but when he gets down to it, you know, it took him a minute. The previous ones used to take him like a couple hours to get into the shit, and this one looks like it took him 2 hours to get to the nitty-gritty where he's going to talk some shit on this. You know, all these American groups, the American Peace Foundation shit is fucking eating it up, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? You treason. Yeah. You invited somebody working in a biomedical field, going to work, telling your fucking family that you love them, but your job is fucking making some shit that can wipe out all life on Earth. Well, what you're doing right now is wiping out all life on Earth. You're busy bad for fucking dropping Earth, dude. That's the thing. And you're complacent with it, and you're rooting for it, and it's like, come on, man. If he told you that you can control the shit, they're sending sound waves out and everything, fucking control your mind, manipulate your mind, manipulate the president's mind.
Come on, people.
You see what the fuck is going on with our administration, you see who's sick by him. After this shit got like real kind of interesting, you know, back in February they stated people to fucking pour shit in the president's drink and those around him and family members and so forth, to do also to Bill Gates and Melinda Gates fucking foundation and those people, and Boris Johnson and shit, and you see the war got smacked. And then he called again after saying about the fucking Chinese dollars that are Obviously, people are returning back to Africa, and black people are just going to die because we're already assumed onion, as he said. Other people look like them take peels off of the onion skin and then turn dark. That was his explanation why people are turning dark. But in that same context of why people are turning dark in an hour and 7 minutes into this shit, where he's describing that, and states he's fucking an alien from somewhere. Planet somewhere. He states, after you've lost this fucking winning out of pure levels of your onion skin, because you got COVID,
and tells you the
make
way
sure you
to
shake
survive.
President Trump's hand.
This is
Administration persons.
different blood.
Because of the way that stuff's being handled. And I keep stating, you can see he's infected or he has some shit going on him because of the way that they're doing their stuff. And you see what's going on now in the administration. I mean, you got fucktard saying this from Thursday, and then you see what happened over the weekend with the president. And we had a talk today, Tuesday, which I had to fucking listen to that damn shit. Mr. Fitz-It Rick that copies my shit, saying that this fucktard, that's his right hand man. And they've been doing it on Zoom for 15 years, on YouTube, and as you see every time, for some reason, audio fucked up shit's not retarded as hell. What mercies are going to be shown on double-spokenness is what I'm going to do is talking about what just happened, and this was here on Thursday. And you've seen
About to have
Thursday,
where he's going to be given
we had an Indian boat shoot their own ship with a fucking missile.
orders to his people.
Fucking around with one of our boats.
I'll open it.
And another casualty. I wonder what he said today on Tuesday or Monday about that. The dude always comes to Stockholm some stuff like people's attacking us and we're retaliating and we're doing this and we're doing that. For like the last 11 of his shits that I've listened to, he used to always say this shit on turn. You got all them people to come together and get them under control. But the little test boats and things that we're doing around the place. Again, our young boys and girls are getting experimented on. Not just from our government, but from these people. And we're not hearing too much about our military ships getting infection rates anymore. Or our ally ships. As you were in the beginning of this stuff, you guys remember they were talking about that, now they're not. Anyhow, let's see what Folklore has to say.
This is almost out of the harmony to approach your ships on naval bases or the fast boats. And we are aware of multiple our soldiers or years. We have over 35,000, 40,000 internally corona soldiers, but 10 to 20% of them will die. The fast boats trigger his excellency President Trump, United States. The Indian transports have been requested by the keyionic officers outside of the harmony to approach your ships in naval bases or the fast boats.
To do what infect our people.
And we are aware of multiple our soldiers or years. We have over 35,000, 40,000
what?
internally corona
Like
soldiers, but 10 to 20% of them will die.
in China.
The fast boats will carry two things. The technology that saves your soldiers and pay for your own care. Those will be out, but those will carry the light flag of peace and the American flag and the rainbow flag on either side. Ask your soldiers the fire. If you go to the answers and the technologies to save the life of your soldiers. And then we put help into the keys. The time for roses and guns has one block. It's very simple. Move to the world.
Now you understand how you know who created this shit and unleashed it. So they can put it around China and Russia before they
the world soldiers is human enough
you understand?
to find those who believe in that.
If they're human enough.
The government has done those who do it. The technology for humanity even to save our enemies. Then we become the world soldiers if they're human enough to find those who believe in that. The government has done those who do it, and by technology for humanity.
What do you mean by if they're human enough they'll fire? If they're not, then they'll accept our gift. Understand that? Did you catch that? That's why I played it twice. Here's the third time. And if they're human enough, they'll shoot at us. Even though we got a white flag. And stuff supposedly to kill you. Iranian flag and American flag on each side. If they're human enough, they'll fire.
You can out the type of gift.
We have in Keystrock 257 and so forth, which states that he'll make our American bombers and so forth. That would bring down the sophisticated spy plane, and spy plane and bombers the same as such, as he stated. And they can just fuck with a person's brain and make the bomber drop it on Saudi Arabia, as he stated. Keystrock 257. What makes you not think that they can't just do it? So every time those boats get close, they warn them with L.E.N.R systems and so forth. I think I showed you an ego that was in the back from the property. The voice of God shit. So, he used that on those guys. But as you know, that Keystone, Plasma, aliens should be saying that they're flying upward. And they went up on those boats with. They're hearing them. What they're doing is they're using dynamic reactors. And then backscattering off the feedback of those fucking guys telling them to stay away and they're fucking like fucking shit. There's no telecommunication and signals. The ship broadcasting against the ship. Understand when he talks about with the mirrors and everything and how they block things. Everything is the sun. I think when the Pakistani and it's like the Gestapo working with the Russians, I understand this from even the microwave shit, it's like the sonic attacks and so forth that they were doing in Cuba and Singapore, that they're bringing on crickets. You understand? And even type of compression wave. Just sending energetics out in this frequency of, let's say, if they can tell the meats, the shipping industry and so forth, because everything is controlled no matter every day, and the ports where these ships go to, you can send a frequency wave, which will hit the cause such.
To save our enemies. Then we become the world soldiers if they're human enough to find those who believe in that. government has done those who do it, and there are thousands. This foundation, with the support of the Indian government, has the technology to deliver and be saved in thousands. Let the nation decide. And when peace, and this will be the new way, new line, like you said, it's not my dog, what are we getting to now? Show that this man may be ready to go and we should this is the world to be delivered in excellent temples across this planet. Alright. Real authorization of the Lemmings are just he was supposed to go fucking prison with his wife by Belgium. Right. L.E.N.R wasn't producer, Montana was supposed to be producer. As I said, the suit you saw will be formed by those who come to support you and walk you away from the abyss. There is a peace agent who will go in this in the arms. No, but we will walk away from the old life from the universe and the ladies created inside of the condition for knowledge to space that proves to go through the transition of understanding, not to eat, not to kill. Put it this way, you don't want to ask, an entity in this place can give you details of knowledge. Because that make it can cost you a life. As the energies of the islands are too strong for the collective mind to accept. By next week, as I said, the Indian Foundation will show everything in the plasma gas production units. We're not doing these videos now for the costs of the human benefits and military classified. We would like to see which nations will not allow their nationals to be saved in the technology. But people aren't being saved. You still got the disease. But I said, it sounds the exchange for peace. Laugh at your citizens. You know what I'm saying? You live with the quiche space. Fucking stupid shit. You did the military areas in no secrets in every nation that they can accept and take away from the unions of the military to carry on the same for their nationals. Understand when they can very secrets. We come here to you to protect and teach their own national. Yeah, to figure it out and then to tell you that we fucking get our information. To idiots. We're fucking idiots, man. And show the soul of the people until they are in the way opening the doors of the village. In so many ways, we have shared the knowledge. And in so many ways, it's the responsibility of the world leaders to decide on the next step. I have made my position very clear in the leadership. And we're coming with peace, we're coming to share the same.
That's why America has the infection rate. Because they pumping all that shit this way. And doing it all from inside here.
It's opposite, brother. We take hands of what has been those who have been trying to save mankind. You're going to enslave mankind in China, in Russia. Now you know that you have become bicyclists. You're going to enslave millions. Share it to yourself. You deliver the physicality to you learn to move toward without music. It's because
because of COVID-19.
Maybe if you look back on the history of man, things had to happen this way for man to mature. But there was also
people double speak
in the world, and all of you are responsible to bring the whole creatures of this planet to this world.
He's some kind of fucked up Messiah.
Trying to serve us all.
Even Messiah,
Let's do the world totally responsible.
worse than shit.
And that's why I go to the healing room to see what we get the shop today.
Right. Anyway, today, with your extra $500.
And we poison ourselves and everything else. Now we take it from this place and put it back into earth and bring the justice and quiet order and balance in the fields that even the animals will eat. Because they receive their energy. And literally, the keshe shows that people used to go, or the Chinese that are China used to go, and dump hundreds of gallons of gas water in the rivers and the ocean around China. There are many videos of it.
You heard me shit, baby?
Now with this process, we directly change. We put back in what we took out, then with the energy that will change the line that used to go, and dump hundreds of gallons of gas water in the rivers and the ocean around China. There are many videos of it.
You heard me?
That used to go, and dump hundreds of gallons of gas water in the rivers and the ocean around China. There are many videos of it.
You heard me shit, baby?
Now with this process, we directly change. We put back in what we took out, then with the energy that will change the line
I'm getting away with you. Put my water system in the water level.
and not eat each other. Some else will live, but they will not kill each other.
Shit, right.
What we call a balance of nature will come into process. Irrespective is too many of me, the others can't be.
Because somehow
The others and
when I get here, I'm not doing what you just described.
because mankind creates that condition. Two, putting back what was wrong.
Right? Like dumping metal cords and
She
shit
said that it
into the
Muslims and brothers and themselves to be evil
ground for years. They're fucking terrifying.
this planet. Well,
You see, has been
before
rivers and ocean. Everywhere people are at, ocean tides and algae blooms are
in a
all
simple way, go back to the teaching. Past few weeks,
you're seeing these kids and people fucking freak out.
they were so
The energetics these people are sending out and controlling the reason.
the physicality. Now, your physicality becomes part of yourself. When the soul takes over and lives a quite conscious life. Now is the responsibility of man to make this soul the soul of the planet, that all which live on this planet will in man shall. When man be killed, not the fish, not the land,
So this murder that's pushing on all of us,
even better he's in the jungle, in boots, in
what
absence
you've
of the
done
land.
to the world,
The progress in development has to be
doesn't count.
the whole of the planet structure to the point
Listen to his
that
mouth speaking.
all that is positioned will open mankind into the universal community.
He's double speaking right there. Did you hear and understand him? He specifically pointed out and stated that the little blue guy in the red dot is Trump.
I heard him say something.
And what he's drawing of the diagram and so forth, but he's explaining to his people to take out the echelon around Trump. And basically the last president that they need to complete their shit is Trump took him out. To get in the supposed universal council, which means what they're explaining is 5 out of the 6 they've taken over pretty much enough of the 6 portals that they explain they were giving out so that they can fucking take over half the world's population, or have over half the world's population taken over, or in control.
Yeah.
They do that geomancy shit. The 6-pointed star instead of the 7-pointed star, because the 6-pointed star calls evil. 7-pointed star, stuff can't come in. So he goes from explaining that, you know, he stated you're supposed to be a person, that's doing all this, but he refers to Trump. Now what he does with this arrow is he states that we need to take this person's position, and when we take over this person's position, then we can enter the Universal Council.
In a sense, take over the nations.
That's as far as I got right there.
UN.
The progressive development has to be that we evolve the whole of the planet structure to the point that by taking over this position, we open mankind in the offices of the White House. We will not shut.
So he does the leaks and tries to say all little minutes. But what he's describing is double speaking. That's why I state to you in military form and so forth, this man is openly giving out commands to his Lemmings, and no one's paying attention to me. Breaking it down and explaining why you see me go on a shoot storm and fucking post stuff and describing it in the description that, hey, he just stated to go here. Hey, he just stated to go to the fucking 18,000 that were in that meeting when they first had the scare. And they had those people go there and fucking in Washington, D.C. And they first had a fucking person go there. And he was talking about the cruise ships and doing so forth. And when we drive back from San Francisco, we got to see the cruise ships that were sitting there. Something Jewel and the other one. So, you got this dude saying such. Why would you have something like that happen and be sent to a population that's like where he stated to hit in fucking Brazil? And like, why the 29-year-old dude shut down Singapore is because he went to an LGB club. He went to gay bars. And you got over 100 people from that one dude, and thousands of people don't need to have come forward to test. But under his statement this is last Thursday. And you see what happened over the weekend. This is what this dude describes. And now we got Mike Pence, we got the whole fucking upper echelon of the White House fucking discombobulated.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is Thursday, last Thursday. We're on Tuesday, going into Wednesday. They got a new one of those shits going on right now. A little bad one. Last Thursday, before that shit happened, we hit the news and everything, where we got the whole fucking, not 3, but 4, actually 5 people out of the fucking Trump administration. The self-quarantine was a couple people close to him, Trump and Pence, fucking infected. You got videos of people being told to fucking take their mask off and shit. They're heads of fucking companies. They had masks on.
Every president doing that out wearing masks.
You know what I'm saying? People going to old folks' homes and shit and putting out PPE but the people tested positive, and we got that information because we were listening to the news, and that's when Trump was, oh, he was flying in the fucking airplane right now. That's when we just got the news. He's flying in the airplane, so he's on the own. Well, this dude did this on Thursday, and he stayed sushi.
Now is the responsibility of man to make the soul the soul of the planet, all which live on this planet.
I would go for this, talking about assassinating somebody again.
Let none be killed, not the fish, not the eye, and not even the man. Doesn't matter he's in the jungle, and lives in the offices of the White House. The progressive development has to be that we provide the whole of the planet structure to the point that by taking over this position, we open mankind into universal community.
So by doing that, taking over this position. So that's an open-ended, to me, an open-ended thing. Taking over what position? The position of whether or not killing stuff? Or taking over the White House offices?
Sounds like the White House offices.
Because
the progressive development has to be that we provide the whole of the planet structure to the point that by taking over this position, we open mankind into universal community. Collectively, not individually. This is one of the reasons I asked to spread the word you saw this morning from Brazil and Iran.
Not individually.
Initially, the spring started with one child in Tehran, and as the members of the Brazilian community in the Keshe Foundation group were transferred to Brazil, and transferred wide across the planet, we make the difference. And what we do, and we do it, we don't do it, I do it. I'm not a sentiment, but I know exactly why I came here, and I have a timeline. And my timeline is very simple. I got 9 to day of completion. I told you many times, principles of March beginning of the spring of 2021, 21. Is it that right?
Oh wow, I think that's when they scan for the Koolaid.
And then I become the man.
Because the mayor.
And this is what I explained to you. It is your responsibility to meet this deadline, not mine. Because in so many words, 21, becomes significant.
The people ultimatum.
yeah, man, like, what year is that?
Well, I showed you how
What,
to feed yourself and to come.
3/21, 21?
Last week I showed you how to feed yourself,
21st
not to become
next year.
animals. And in so many ways,
You're going by Euclidean.
I don't have no choice. Yes,
Chinese.
if he was a teacher,
You like the way you look at it?
can't do nothing?
You had no choice.
Cause I done fucked you in the ass and told you that I didn't create the COVID. You gotta do it. And it's interesting cause that is when we stand and see make this shit work. Make it work, motherfuckers! Make it work! What race is that, buddy? The shit underneath the fucking, out of the echo, the 90 crowd. What the fuck? Interesting. He's giving P-O-R-A.
You cannot be
raw.
a nation if you accept your different races.
And they said this dude's fucking gonna have a pickle dress.
What I said in the teaching,
He was a sun worshiper.
About so short-sighted and so racist because he doesn't understand he is the race mixed up.
Huh? There's only one race, human race. Except for what the fuck you guys
His
are
brother is a first house. And his citizens know it.
Well,
Doesn't matter if you're the black African or the white in the north or the Chinese in the east. The only you breed becomes the air the other one breathes in. The air, it is, and we have learned to let go from breathing each other's exhaust. So anyway, there is no way that our right man is the nowhere or in the right house, and you haven't got the air which is passed along up beyond African or the old Chinese.
let's turn it back
Your
out.
racism is short-sighted to your eyes and your think. Think of one thing, as I said to you, maybe a long time ago. There's so many of us, and you don't like the black man next to you. You move to the other seat, and you forgot. You forgot one thing.
What is that?
Your breathing is breath.
Uh-oh.
Without him, you don't exist. So you already have become black without being one. And at the same time, the black man in the box, the need from you will become a right.
Oh, shit.
Prejudice is always color. It's so short-sighted.
Hey, but
We
son,
have lived off each other for the time we took the first breath.
right? Well, you go by that, but you know, color, we'd all be the same color, right?
Come from every room, from every part of the
Goodness.
Clean up your mess in this house before you can go into space.
Why do you want to go to space? Man, you guys polluting this shit. Why the fuck would you even go somewhere else with that retarded ass mentality? You guys are fucking retarded.
Languages, colors, races, and nationality has to become more existence for mankind because otherwise we carry into space and then become these people from there and Africa from there.
No language, no nothing.
Huge great conflict will expand
Have mentality.
But if we're born off planet,
we kept your list
you're not one of the human.
till the pressure builds up so
You
bad.
gotta do is go off world for over a year, baby.
Corona did the cooking.
Right, Corona did the cooking. The shit I made. That isolation on you, because I told you back in Keshe Talk 257,
Let me explain to those
you
folks.
sacrifice hoes, and I'm pushing you for it. But you gotta make the stuff for me.
The government will let you loose.
I'm still waiting for that $1 a gallon from October 2015.
And the future figures does not add up to feed you.
You forget about that? We're on this stuff now.
What's going to happen with the viruses? You you walk and you catch his face. And gradually,
So we gotta get on walls.
because more and more
If you ain't got the immunity passport, you stuck here, poor motherfuckers. We leaving, nigga. Y'all gonna stay here.
but this process still will take its time. This flu, this virus is not seasonal.
Oh, duh. You know that.
It's very hard on that man, because it's the first time the virus has lateral energy in it. It will stay in the combat. That's why we got classification. Mankind will go our way, or mankind will demise itself. With all the animals on this planet, and all plants. I was talking to Caroline this morning with the breakfast, and she said, you know, an African president,
I don't know what
I
it's
saw, maybe to a goat, going to a mango or a fruit.
Yeah, you talking about the shit that I said.
And he came back positive, he said, well, it's all made up.
What's somebody saying? He's copying me.
The goat, and the mango, have the virus.
So I think it's hilarious. When people are in my group, they watch all my shit.
This sitting with everything.
Here's right here in front of you folks.
You know what's gonna happen.
You can fucking discern for yourselves.
You eat the goat, you get the crop. You eat the mango, you get the crop. You eat the wasted, you get crop. How much
He's doing to freak everybody out.
in the small your body's gonna take before it floats.
Alright. You got these millions of women
In addition,
that can freak it out.
paper to be published, and they establish a simple procedure. Not only that is brought against or used up to
Just makes it
Koolaid, then you feel pain and extraction of it, but a simple blood test, which 4 later will confirm if you carry crop.
but it will not show you the truth because, like he shows in his quiche space picture,
Just a few cents.
the motherfucking
But the
test
confirmation
become
is
inactive because of the fucking
and it is taken in
magnetic
that
weather.
specific location where the pain is more or less 100% correct. Within this, the number of results we have taken across.
And making people asymptomatic.
And have you noticed one thing? In one of the processes I explained to you up to now,
About the
we have not spoken about any patent benefits. There is something wrong with that. What we call prerequisite for all this.
That's what I think is this.
And that prerequisite is as simple as ABC.
I save you.
And it is
I give you no pen. But you have a pen on this bullshit stuff that you're talking about.
work
You got motherfuckers
no
doing them, bro.
for those who plan to use the technology.
Right? Because you're selling our shit. You're pushing our dope on people. If you want to be our dope seller, then we got you. That's what's disgusting. That's why you see these people flip out and fucking attack me for when I ask them to prove how it works that they claiming,
The reality is,
and then fucking flip out and do like the quiche company shit they're supposed to do.
we elevate their souls to understand what the reliability of it.
Right?
People are my way.
That shit's crazy.
And there is no other way.
Right? But there is, I'm sorry.
For those governments who are opening their cities because to take the pressure off because they cannot support, their death rate will increase rapidly.
Because we got our people there. guys are red and you're doing this shit and you poor people, as you stated, you got the whole fucking nation of Iran doing this stuff in the little surplus stores and all this shit's fucking giving it out and this and that and all this other bullshit. How are you seeing a second fucking wave of infection if you guys are doing all this shit that you're stating and you got a whole nation of people that you're fucking experimenting on, of Iranian people that you state, and that's the people you love and all this shit, right? How is that so? How is it possible? I mean, I just drink my water. I don't drink the fucking Koolaid. Is that how my mind asks questions? Because I'm like, how is this that you got the second wave describing what you just talked about, all these people is the fucking fourth kind of everything. And I am. Yet, you just stated and you're about to state, Iran's going through some shit.
Take the pressure off because they cannot support. Their death rate will increase rapidly. We've seen that in China. We've seen that in Iran. So you see
Making this over toward UN, to the United Nations.
And now the more interaction, the more look for a fever. Look for the dead bodies on the street. Amputations which stimulate, cancers which stimulate. And let's talk to somebody really sick.
That's why we need your family's writings. Yeah. And about the hydroxyapatite crystals, this fool's talking about people getting amputations and shit. And dying from it. Getting cancers.
It's a very simple thing.
Oh, is it? That's why you're still sick. And the world is still infected by this shit.
It's a sharpshooter picking a at a time. Soon, there'll be no one to pick. This, with the experience we have from the death of the spirits, they follow our way. Then, there'll be no sharpshooters. And then we learn how to live it. We're giving you all the options. And you have to go to your life. As I said, I can relate to the ladies who are on the second and third menstruation about to commentate. They understand how it is. And if this momentum means their soul has been warned to be ready to produce as much as, because the race is in the time, in the down, and a very big nose down.
Interesting. You gotta get the proper and just fast.
This is exactly what I should have known in the future. We have already been many of you.
You should turn this out because war or something.
This is Muhammad. Showed her own writing how she was there to damage the Keshe Foundation in Iran. Sales instructors was a part of that team, infiltrated the Iranian team. At a time of the new nation, high grammatical bank, she wanted to cause the Keshe Foundation support team to damage the Keshe Foundation heavily. Only knew that she was up to the Keshe Day.
See, this is a bad thing like this.
We did not go in front to show how hopeless these people are. And I sent her own writing to the moderator when they put it on the screen with her own symbol. To pull out 2:47 in the morning to support the Iranians who were supporting the people who were dying. And ruthless Hitler would have done that. So, amongst you are people who will do the same. You
up, people?
Options are not there. We have used our options. We used over centuries what I call, if you played Monopoly.
It was really explained to you guys. He's in the background. The evil side of Sufism.
We played all Africa. Now, through the knowledge, we create a new cycle of children who become from the birth independent of killing, destroying, in love with the universe. And at the same time, we remedy those who have gone through the process of physicality. We taught you the cup of man, and we taught you how to become the soul that we can go through the transition of not to kill. We discourage for many of you, but as I said, what I would like to do is this. And that is, those of you who have reached the point of becoming the universe, it's a very simple test. Those of you who have reached the point of living through the soul, jump in the pool of village. And see if you don't panic, and you can walk it. Because you have learned to absorb the energy to yourself. Exactly the same way as the mother gave birth to the child in the fleet. Then you know exactly what it is. Then you know you can move in the depth of this space without kidding. Then you know your emotion fits your physicality. There is a test of time for you and nobody else. Will you gas for the air, or will you gas for peace and life in the universe? As I said, you cannot go to swimming without learning to swim and to be in the water to swim. Doing all the waters and those that you use to swim in the span of the universe. Jump in the swimming pool of man, and then understand you have become from another space, another universe. The biggest problem for you in jumping will be fear of emotion. In so many ways,
The nature.
you have to understand the totality of the knowledge. And then start a new process of life. And in so many need to start the process of change. We need to reach the whole understanding of the totality. Mankind needs to go through this change. And the process of our knowledge sits within the foundation. It's for you, as the human race, to be able to take that step. Create.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
Which are just an independent of killing. And in that process, we'll see what we can do. I have shown you how to live, and I have taught you how to live. From all these years, we work with the governments and we bring the change to national organizations and international organizations. And we said, the time has come to bring the change for humanity. And I told you from 9 April, the change has started. Try to understand the teaching of today in its true sense, word by word. Then try to understand the change comes through the soul of man. Try to understand that the exchange, the life, has to come through peaceful application. And then try to understand and know the beginning. When asking you which ganses I need to put in the pool, ask yourself, what did I understand from the beginning of the teachings? Layers of accumulation of knowledge.
Let's stole from you guys. Try to understand that a dude and
But not my knowledge, your knowledge.
When I teach you more,
But I'd say that mine.
much wiser.
When you become
Yes,
research.
to one of the knowledge seekers in pharmacy, and when they sophistication I've been following you for 2 years. I've been saying every word you said, the time and everything. But you suddenly jumped to the soul. Where is soul now? I said, release it. But we released the first book. He said the last book will be the book of soul. So we got to the last book, and that's why we're teaching the soul. We show you the matter state, and we show you the flight with energy and matter state.
Right.
And now, if you are educated enough,
You can picture your brain, some more picture squiggly shit.
it's very much as I said. You want to go with the donkey, you want to go with the UFO, which you already have in the passenger from point time of your birth, you call it Earth, or you want to go with your soul. Nothing has changed. We laid it out from the beginning, and now we come to the last chapter.
Is we harvest your soul from you kids.
Because
Take it. You're going to Willy Wonka ride.
when people ask you about sympathetic resonance, you never even speak about sympathetic resonance.
chocolate can go with the vehicle
Magnetic resonance or anything.
to
Van der Waals effect, dipole to dipole.
As your soul goes away, what's running your body?
Pretend to be in distress.
So he's explaining what they're doing,
Right?
like they're doing in China, harvesting people's organs.
As he's telling you.
And many of you are living large, but you think you're in the drunk.
I'm telling you,
And many of you
manipulate your body
searching
and the resonance
for
of your
that
body.
elusive
You gotta
object
soak
because
yourself
you
in
don't
that shit.
trust in your own
You get that
physical
different feeling in your body.
In so many ways, mankind has to make.
You guys are embracing someone more.
And in so many ways,
A little
mankind has
as they talk about, a lot of your kids are gonna eat the shits and fucking seminal fluid.
Right?
But he's not talking about that, is he? I am. Probably that shit, Keish.
remembrance,
Fucking whack job.
living,
Take
is
the fucked up version of
and
that.
understanding of the reality of the creation history is just about
Video
more
that's coming
present
up tomorrow,
and
in a
more
couple hours.
other applications to it.
Stealing my fucking words, but not showing any information
I
or
hope
You figured out what I was talking
your soul has heard the knowledge,
or
and I
mechanism.
hope with his
Other
clarity,
than some squiggle
accepting
lines.
taste, and occasional emotion.
You just follow. It'll be. I want my shit done by the 23rd of March. And next year, bitches.
Any questions?
21st.
Thank you, Mr. Cook, and as usual, I will remind the attendees you can put your hands up in Zoom.
That's the question. Is, get a trumpet or something better.
We can allow you to speak amongst our gracious master. Master of puppets.
We'll get the
Anybody got any questions for you? Really?
YouTube. So I get pretty quiet bunch here, Mr. Guest. I see Snip as this. Yeah, I see Snip as a microphone open, and we can go ahead.
Yes, I just think Mr. Keshe, the way you teach to let the kids to be born in enhancement unit, and then it became like an incubator. So how long the kids need to waiting there till their soul get matured and can really go out?
First of all, happy birthday. Today's Lynn's birthday. Secondly, it can be done in the instant,
Doctor,
as long as the child needs to mature.
like it's instant, like a microwave.
Maturity of mind of human beings has no classroom and no time.
So,
Mainly, for the first time,
I'll tell you that. You didn't tell you got a soul of a child. That's why you're not getting the shit.
why some children die at birth and some last very few seconds of birth is because the soul has matured to the totality. So that you don't need to spend tens of years in physical dimension to mature, then you come to subjugation. Unfortunately, universal knowledge has no classroom or postgraduate and no PhDs.
That's a funny trip.
Yeah, I know. And, rest in peace, 70-year-old.
You tell me how long
Spinal atrophy. Trying to figure out what the fuck this idiot's saying.
how long will you be a child in that position in this place? What's his problem? Or do we derive from the level of the soul using that physicality that life stays in an environment of protection of the life of the soul of the mother and the father till it ready itself to take its own damage? I explained something in one of the teachings, some of the teachings years ago. And maybe today I explained it in another way. Majority of the human race has come because mankind has adapted itself to two positions. Our physical life goes into ways. We go from horizontal to vertical, and from vertical to horizontal. And in respect to the magnetic field of the earth, we absorb and recognize many changes, exactly like the seasons of the year. And this has led to the maturity of the physicality of the man. More than any other animal.
If you say so.
Well, you want to see how intelligent an animal is. Look at its position. Fishes got both wings.
Oh my goodness.
So the cat.
Oh, because the cat always lies what the fuck?
But we have the soul of the man. And never understand this motion brings radiation and maturity. Now, this is where it's going. Now we understand the soul is dynamic. And there is no horizon and no vertical in respect to other sources in the universe. And you can see how fast you mature. The only thing is, you'll have to allow it out of its cage of physicality. It's this cage which has stopped you from seeing it. So
We're gonna put some other shit inside of that cage for you as we run it out while you supposedly go fly out somewhere. It's called free jack.
nobody will tell you how long.
We about to rent your body out.
For a child, I want to stay in the field for centuries. That doesn't mean that I'm not educated to the knowledge of the universe.
Then ask me what to put in the pool and for how long to leave them there. I just gave you all the motherfucking information.
I think I did it one day. And thank you for having the Keshe Foundation so beautifully in China and the Rapper Front.
Answer it all. And she asked about the health of the fool.
We got that hand up in the KDs.
Along with the gestation of the babies in the fucking health unit.
Like you look in the microphone and go ahead. Can you hear me? Yeah, if you could just say where you're from.
What this guy describes is what a lot of people do.
Fuck, we're gonna start that shit over.
What a lot of people do, and like what happens when you do, as you would say, Vedic research and magnetics with the poles, orientation of the body. What Albert Abrams, one of the first radionics practitioners and makers in the forefront underneath Charles White. And after Charles White, not saying that Charles White was doing such, but he was in the field in the electrocosmic or electroculture, mainly curcumin and the idea of such things, magnetism and so forth being connected. This gentleman explained something about doing astral projecting and so forth, but he didn't even pick up on it, quiche, and describe with the little squiggle guy what he stated. And the gentleman specifically asked about that, like Blade asked about the HealthEggs and gestation, and see if he answers the question right.
I can do that shit in my 20s.
The question is, how do you find the path of transforming the focus to keyionic program?
To what?
Enlightenment.
Which you don't see me doing. So,
The enlightenment is the enlightenment comes to understand the light of the environment we're in. Not in the shape of light, but the fields of it. And what you choose to see.
And the shades, and the crystalline structures and so forth.
Many times in teachings, I always said,
Photons, phonions, anions.
very simply, if you understand,
if you don't, you're stupid.
how you can be enlightened. Depends on the truth of the
Which takes no time to mature.
20%.
Since you don't
Of
understand,
your physical needs. Yes, we can hear you. I think you better mute him. Look. 20% of what you consume comes from the food you eat.
alright, here we go. Obviously. Here we go, baby, look at that.
80% of it comes from the environment already.
Wow.
And how does that come, brother?
This 20%
You don't even know how the 20 comes.
to reach out to
You don't
God.
even know how the 80% comes.
That's
You
crazy.
hit everybody with this bullshit. Fuck water.
How often people have you heard me say this to you? It's the only thing that state. Because again, the only thing next thing you're going to see is this motherfucker say he's changing up his friend. I mean, fuck. That's the only fucking thing you can do next. Nigga is fucking, here, put up Jamie's fucking thesis, homie.
This is too fucking much.
Put up her thesis, dog. That's why I said I wish I would have recorded a conversation with the young man that actually pushed the square button when he was talking to a fucking person at the herb shop. Because that's what I explained to the young man.
Today. In every day of your life.
Shit,
Multiple times a day.
it's just crazy. And it's throughout my videos. And when you just now stating it. But like I stated, next all you need is to state that he's fucking friends with Jimmy Uncle. And it's a rap.
And the fight for
It's
effect
like, yeah,
mechanism.
fucking start singing Quiche. Or Quiche's underwater. Fuck. That's sad. Right? That's crazy as fuck.
Yeah.
As I said, dude, it's time having to break shit down. Watching my videos disappear because you got an army of motherfucking punk bastards watching the shit, deciphering my stuff, and regurgitating it to his people. And eating it up.
But please, he has no, like, nothing to back it up. What his words and the way he expresses himself, like, he just screw up something good and then he makes a fool out of it and it's a fucking mess. And he's a woman calling and asking how I'm still living there. I will be calling and asking and you're fucking nuts. I mean, what are you doing? You're so fast and lazy, don't encourage y'all. Stay over a minute.
Stop drinking the Koolaid for just a second. Cause you asked me how long do you gotta grow this little motherfucker in the fucking thing.
It could be instantly.
The word soul is fucking matured, so it's not eating on me, so supposedly it's not fucking like you, because we're evil and we kill shit. And this thing you're supposed to grow, but nope, it's instantaneous. Okay. It's instantaneous? Well, why didn't you just tell us that in the beginning it's instantaneous, huh? This and that and some other shit, so if it's instantaneous, right, he's always telling people they're stupid or some other shit. And if you ain't feeling it, dog, it's cause your soul is still too young. I'm sorry. You're still a child. You just don't get what I'm saying.
He's so annoying.
You're right.
Dang, he has said that like 200 times already.
No. I say people are children in this world, but in the spiritual aspect, living the ability to fucking grow your stuff up because it's called you cut away the extrinsic motivators and so forth, fucking so fabricated and bullshit this supposed to tell you to eat, to grow the shit in you, you're fucking stupid. You can yourself. Fully time the self-organizing system.
I mean, he had everybody drinking his Kool-Aid. Now what's he going to tell them? No, forget about it. In space,
Huh?
your mouth disappears, so you don't really need to drink anything.
Nope. Start sewing your mouth shut. That's what everybody's getting used to. You start seeing these motherfucking things with a face mask on. And you're trying to talk to something.
Oh my god.
You can see it and I don't know. This is how we're going to hide them and slipping through.
Wow.
Take a bath in it. Douche with it, baby. So you seen a couple months back. I ain't seen the baby in it. Now this fool is straight just fucking... Come on, dude. Clean with your own shit. Okay? Clean with your own shit.
Yeah.
What?
What teaching you is this because if you go there, you become totally.
Yeah, because you're so lazy, huh?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, you also have issues.
Right. That's why you skinny like me, nigga. This is all you doing is fucking with the water. And people ask, when do you eat, bro? Fucking white Joe. Dang, Christmas. I'm about to watch a movie or some shit. It's interesting is these fucking people is listening to you nevertheless.
Interesting is that how we understand the
totality is some more retarded shit. We got the one going on today. This shit's crazy as fuck.
How we understand the
totality is some more retarded shit. We got the one going on today. This shit's crazy as fuck. Right, Joe?
Stanley Christmas.
Stanley Christmas. I'm about to watch a movie or some shit. It's interesting is these fucking people is listening to you nevertheless.
Interesting is that how we understand the
totality is some more retarded shit. We got the one going on today. This shit's crazy as fuck.
It's interesting, look up that Stanley Christmas thing.
Fucking
It's like a
Christmas
show,
thing today.
it's Christmas show or
They got the live shit going on right now.
And I think one of the best exercises for you as a human being
Is to do it.
is
Spiritual, something spiritual? Something spiritual? What you say it? Let's see.
how you will interpret and how you will understand the work of what I call the society today. So the microphone is open.
We're gonna go some spiritual talk. Oh, more intellectual.
In so many ways,
Some more gibberish. Part.
what's the next step for you? For yourself or nobody else? And to what extent you have understood the next step in your life? I've seen many people call me that they are reaching, and many people reaching without calling.
What?
Some people see the knowledge hidden inside, and some people hide inside the knowledge, not to be known or understood. One of the most knowledgeable people who understood the totality, in essence of the totality of his energy transfer. It's one guy in China. Many of you know him, the Chinese community. He's one of the most enlightened people in the knowledge of the universe, but he hides behind it. And this is one of the pains he carries with him. One question he asks sometimes is all the questions the whole occasion we should ask for a year. And when he finds the answer to it, or he answers a question, he answers a question for the whole of humanity. He's extremely right. But for some reasons he does not want to get out of the shell. And we have people in the Keshe foundations around perceive, have more knowledge and pretend to know everything. And everybody please. The knowledge of universe will come from the maturity of the soul, not the stupidity of the benefit.
That's what I'm trying to figure out why people follow me, bud.
So, what is the next step for you?
You ain't doing no shit that I am.
So, only depends on what.
All you doing is plagiarizing and copying all verbatim. And showing nothing. Fucking fake ass motherfucker. Yeah, so they got a date now. Which means we have a date too. We gotta get our shit prepared for these just about to cause fucking destabilization in the worst way. Ain't going this shit. Let's secure our stuff and put the bunkers together. And put these memory sticks and so forth, duplicate on different aspects. And soon those extra batteries tonight, put them down because they gonna hit us in our fucking electronics like they do in Florida and shit already. Shit's burning like paradise was. As you were stating.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, is it? Oh. Alright. Yep. Yes, alright.
Maybe reviews. I like the things that I want to run them Mr. Hick.
You're gonna ask about the corona baby?
Yes, sir. Finish the physicality on the soul.
The religions that they call people that stay away from the street, and they refer to it as the chakra control coming together of the star body, the secret and secret. Is this what you what I did? What do you do with it?
About that thing that I was talking about, the bird moving cage.
Yeah, because one of the little boys, they have a hard time going to sleep. Because, like, after hearing the also the referred to is the electron getting to the proton. You have to jump the situation, get the body, and then just let them run work me. Basically, you have substance in the sun, or something like that?
No, buddy. It's called your body is gonna get harvested.
Yeah. My dream prior to this was when I was a little girl, my favorite things was to make a hot chocolate and sit in the sun out in the front windscreen
And astral project.
and drink it in the sun. So on the way out, my friend said, no, I was trying to sleep on my side and still on my back.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that's kind of the same thing.
No, bro, you astral project. I wish I could
I don't know, it just depends how your soul is set with your soul is God.
But I thought you're the Messiah and you got all the
Next
knowledge.
week, I will try to explain a lot of things about the process of creation in this planet.
And his fucked up manner of thinking.
What
He's gonna
the
tell you
forcing
the
on
process
us.
of creation on this planet. But he can't answer a man. Question. That just fucking described to him. Geomancy. Astral projector. Fucking a little bullshit school shit that he just did like 10 minutes ago, where he said how you fucking, which is fucking wrong as fuck, because I explained to you there how motherfucking people tell how a civilization fucking adapts and so forth by tool usage. It shows spatial hemisphere fucking being able to be used. Right
They build
hemisphere
fire
for the body,
things and
left hand is controlled by right hemisphere, left hemisphere controls right hand. If one is making toolage, be it primate up to us, to fucking be it a deer or whatever the fuck, if you're able to do that cognition, which makes those two scalar flux happen, then you get, like you see on the syphilis graph, you get a flat line.
Understanding
That flat line of that's happening, you see that two whooshes and so forth. Again, that shows, like with Clovis fucking spearheads to the different points, it shows frontal lobe adaptability, or how do you have spatial rendering. You're having to turn this shit to nap it. So on and so forth. You understand? I don't know what this E is talking about on that. Says, remember, he stated what? He showed a dude laying down and moving. Saying that's how you know the world. And that's how you fucking evolve somehow. Well, back this concept is precept and all that. How come somebody who describes exactly what the fuck he stated, somehow you're supposed to know the world? And then specifically asked him about that, because he says, I can only lay one way. One specific side of his body, and not on his back anymore. He has the issue of astral projecting taking off. And if that was in correlation of what this stupid fuck just described, and the man tells him,
also with embryonic
everybody's
phase,
different, I
how
don't
you're
know.
supposed to sleep and not sleep. Oh, it showed you.
But next week, I'll be telling you how the creation of evolution of the Earth came. Well, bro didn't explain to me how the fuck I have to lay this way. As I explained to you, that's why I have to lay that way. You see, I don't know back or whatnot, I have issues. Or you see in bed, it's crazy. Or I get those crazy sweats and so forth. Other things. Or I get those laughs that you explain. Where I go to or whatnot. But our oldest daughter that we share, Michaela, as you heard her father ask her, what is her issue? Do you have these problems when you go to sleep? And when you wake up, do you have a problem with understanding what time frame you're in? What was her answer?
Yeah.
With myself, it's one of those things that I passed to her that my mom doesn't have. I understand I get it from my father, otherwise it's my trait. With combination from my parents. Why some of my gifts I understand her from my mother is, but fitness, working together, you scanning, showing the stuff that I put together plasma-wise to help the frontal lobe and have the connection, and then those miasmas stripped to where she's back connecting and talking with that which is not needed a feather, but when she connected and had the feather as use, she went and no-sealed herself.
Most people think when someone dies.
And one had to reconstruct those dendritic pathways again. With that which was given. And you've seen that growth when just giving someone fashion of what he's talking about, because the understanding of how that works is what this dumb fuck's talking about. But they're not going to attain or reach in that manner. It's worthwhile you see me arguing with my mother saying stop acting as a child, because when you have your pain and so forth can be such as when you drop your vibration down and get stuck in thinking that physicality is that which is. It's worthwhile I get her to, because all of you've been doing for years, this regurgitating the shit that personal conversations with my mother and I. Same with ours. And removing our videos. It's like, damn, fool. I'm just waiting for Jamie's motherfucking thesis. This shit cray-cray. I can't hear no more of this shit. I found an old SD card of mine. I'm gonna put it in here and see what we got on that motherfucker. Times the 1206, 113. How much space we got? Oh yeah. I'm gonna put the SD card in and see what we got. I'm just like, wow. So I force you into the future that nobody, man, it's not evolution. You fuck the planet off so bad that people are leaving. Nobody had shit set up, and they started the Chinese all guns and shit. And then they're doing what they're doing, and wow, it's like lithium tech and all that shit all. Alright. Take a couple long hits. I'm gonna pause this. I'm gonna play some music. Take fucking set, but I can't play no music and do this at the same time. Because you still fucking say copyright or some shit and take the video down. So, never mind. The discussion today where I was bringing up the brother at the damn fucking herb shop today, San Francisco, or stated today that fucking quiche stated I took from where I've always been talking with people about the 20%. Taking explaining to brother fucking Eddie. It was here. Eddie, brother Eddie Rose. I'm gonna be doing a live scan of him. Brown paper bag with his hair. He blessed us with for a hair sample. I was asking for one thing here.
You might want to see this because I'm going to play stuff off the SD card.
Yeah.
Little memories. I go ahead and go see this one.
20% coming in about 80,
It's
coming
funny.
from outside, but through,
That's hella funny.
as with this Pfeiffer prover of the Pfeiffer mechanism proves.
Just waiting for Keys to fucking show
You know
up.
what I'm saying? That's all I need now is
He's friendly, Jamie.
fucking
I was gonna.
to show this. Otherwise, you understand? So I was swinging in bed.
Push it for a second.
I was about to publish my work.
Not anymore.
She worked on this for 22 years of her life, and I've been still working on mine. And it's just sad. So, you don't see none of their stuff. I've been showing their things, making sonoluminescence happen with glow sticks, not being broken and other things. As I show L.E.N.R unique reactions, transmutations of one element to another. I just use my blowtorch and sodium chloride. And zinc and salt and copper. Yes, I'm drinking
this stuff. It's insane. Let me take USB sticks and so forth. Gotta make something like this with plasma. With this fuel. And turn clear glass to plasma. Can't work to use titanium. Multiply it. And sand together. And folks. Malarkey. Jeez, on the video. Use
It's 130 pesos for $1.
Argentina right now.
I was like, Mom, do you need us to send you like $1,000? She's like, no. We just realized that our house being paid off and stuff. If we don't leave, we really don't spend no money. I was like, oh. Yeah. You be
Doing
some
it now.
stuff lately.
It's an old memory stick. That's from a year ago.
Making plasma on concretes.
Interesting because I watched this video and at the time there was somebody that was with us and today he liked the video or liked something like posted to his wall just before this time.
Oh, that was at the property. When you did the beams for the foundation for the platform. You ever done concrete before?
Time to start building more.
Yeah, but doing that stuff makes it
Checked against the shit these motherfuckers run unleashed.
We got to continue with our construction and everything that we make has to have plasma now as we started out. Not just the normal stuff you're gonna have to keep out, it's the other stuff that they were talking about. And the gremlin things and fucking mutations as they terraform our planet. I stated we have to make a 30 kg I was describing to. I was saying it either way that I was saying. Water and so forth. Make it for our animals that will save some stuff below us and stuff around us.
Leon came back to me. He sends his blessings and not to get angry, he says.
Koolaid. 8/29/19. Broadcasting. Unified. Morphogenic. Non-locality field. Top of my head.
See these women doing nothing like this.
This routine. You know, see this beautiful energetics. Argentina. So for who? You can be touched anyway. Non-locality morphogenic. Unified field theory. Penetrate anything. Touch anything. It really goes up. My 30 cage sprays right across the stuff.
And you found your body. You did. What county did you food?
I got 3 too.
Get away! Construction. What's going on? Not natural. Do the same thing we did when hunting on Wednesday. This day, 8 years ago. Anyhow. Whatever. We got search for it, did you? Afternoon. Hey. You couldn't get to it? You're standing right up there. Observations.
Remember that? This one, police, fire department was spraying that shit.
Hello there, everybody. Fire something.
You're an auxiliary, we were late. I was
There's funny shit everywhere.
What's wrong with one guy
Oh, that was the
and
day of the fire department. We're spraying on the side. Yeah, I got 3 over there.
It's like station 1. Needs to be that in 6th grade they call it oobleck. Interesting. This is something.
We're losing about useful.
COVID? You do have to moving yourself over everything.
So I say the mercies.
It felt like it was
What you're doing right there and what you're learning about. Understand the structure of such.
It's like starch and water.
You think of on the macro level.
Which way to cut it? Oobleck. Interesting.
And what's going on in blood.
Where's the first half? Just consider water then. Grab some more water.
What's happening to the
we're
water?
losing about useful.
COVID? You do have to moving yourself over everything.
It felt like I was doing like an open heart surgery, like what kind of showing me yesterday and letting some squirt into me. Oh, that's the stress. Oh, can I think somebody doing it? Gonna forward cradle again.
You really had me do that, huh?
Really get a work for energetic in there.
I'm somewhere.
Beautiful day. Co-creating.
Didn't get her.
Oh, that was the first trigger modification.
Just music.
That was when I started my project. That's at night.
First one I thought the cat was down. Sorry.
When I first learned about our roommate. Our roommates, the cougars.
Man, you love
This
going
year.
outside. When you hear this noise and you just go outside.
You hear it, man?
Also with energy. Remodeling the inside of the trailer there.
It makes me want to
Need
get in
it.
the car and
Like
like,
for a garden.
drive around and see it, you know?
Been fun playing on their own.
Like the other day, a few weekends ago, if Cena and them wouldn't been up there, I would be like, let's get, because it was just right on the driveway. We could have got in the car and drive down, right? And see, what was it? I don't like not knowing what it is.
That stuff in that reactor is crazy.
What was that?
You remember that?
What were we doing?
That guy ran out of gas or something. Was stuck on the side.
Brother ran out of gas.
Coming up the hill.
There's hill. Car
Went
stuff.
up to the property and got the gas can.
Down some gas.
Is it that guy? No, this is your chain. You pulled somebody out.
Yeah, because he ran out of gas.
It was another time? The older guy? Oh.
He waited for us. We came back. Gave him some gas and went back to the house.
Oh, because you're in the car and I'm recording. I was there, I mean, like, what can we do? There you go, wow.
Okay, stop.
How did the guy go like
That's what I
that?
didn't understand is how they got in that thing, because if you didn't have no gas, why didn't...
I'm probably being like this and like this on the ditch.
Coast
It was
down
giving
there.
him a false reading in the tank.
Why they couldn't do that?
I don't know.
Heart-shaped house, 3-story, and 2 that are going under the tree.
Put on all the nails, took out all the nails, put it back.
All plasmatized wood, fireproof, all the metamaterials I make.
We should use that part, like those 3 feet right there, to put the composable toilet in it. You know where the tree comes like
That's
that?
what I was saying.
Put some more concrete like this, like that, make it whatever, 3 feet.
Imagine heart shape. What is that heart shape? Is that your spiral?
Yeah, I'm just barely.
Let's go. See you today at the shop.
Been fun, huh? I feel like we need to do more night sessions like that. You know?
What's going on right now was just being terrified by this Koolaid. Listening to. That was interesting. It's a wet man. That's all I want, man. What does that mean to say? You know, my autism, even though you hear bang, clack, 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 I heard every shit that.
I do.
Talking about the evolution of nanites, like say the xenobites, but that was before the xenobites came out. There was a robotic nanobot that evolved and became conscious.
Anita.
Cut the tree down. Tree up for people.
I remember that day.
City folk just sitting there looking at the shit.
Look at Hillis.
Tree down.
People just standing there in the line waiting for their coffee.
Growing up in the hills.
It's gonna disappear if we keep staring at it.
It's an option. If you get enough conscious.
Well, I'm trying to go by you, so here.
Yeah.
Fucking get the fuck out the way.
I mean, if we all do a conscious effort,
Stare at it.
never underestimate the power of a few people linking together.
Right. You just might get somebody.
Or you can grab the chainsaw.
Fucking.
Do something else. You're always playing.
How many city folk with their pretty cars does it take?
I'm always doing Etsy orders, Ezekiel, and you're always playing. Do you realize that? I need to stay more playful.
I'm waiting to see what's on this SD card I just found. Packing the other room. Drop it in the seat. Drop it in the coin slot and see what we got. The other one didn't work.
It's good though.
We'll see
I'm
if this
working
one
in all the
works.
videos.
Yeah, so one's
Another beautiful day in the neighborhood. Talk beer. Getting it together. Good morning, everyone.
That's where we had it. That. Let's make it bigger.
I'm glad we did.
We're done.
Was it at this time last year? Oh, it was just August, September, right? July, August.
plasmatized, fireproof. Keep my shit from burning up.
You didn't smell it? Maybe. Here, you're fucking with me. What are you doing? Where's my face? Like, I don't see it.
Beautiful lips first.
Oh, there, that's my nose. Dude, when you're sleeping, I can't come any close to you because you fucking grab my hand. I'm out. You're doing this to me? Oh, I ate a brownie.
Last night to let's watch it with me.
I haven't woken up yet, and you're laughing like that next to me.
I was telling you last night, I woke you up. You went back to sleep.
Are you with someone? Is that you laughing all the time?
You just woke up.
That's what you're doing.
That's why I woke up this morning. I was going like this.
I was out. And I wake up and I tell you I'm going to sleep. Ezekiel.
Deviations access.
I'm 6 days now in one section. And my nurse over at my clinic is fucking home. My daughter. Yes, girl.
Someone tried to kill my mom in that fucking place.
And I asked for my inhaler because I can't breathe. The whole night my lungs were on fire. And I can't remember what I said. I can't remember.
Medication.
Okay, so then at 7 o'clock, when the nurse told me I didn't do
medication and so forth. And I started going through with something. I need to get in and try to get to the doctor and explain to them. Rehabilitation center, I lost my mother's teeth. And they sent me to the nurse. And I gave her the medication again. Interpreter. She's not making a way so forth. There's no she was talking to me. Oh, fucking passed out. And crashed. You see that it's not for her bit. She's leaving. Location, 3,000 milligrams of prednisone. And this continue making different things. That's something new for the family years. Advocating for speaking. For being there. Looking at family. These children will be born with this disease, have autoimmune deficiency disease. And the Kawasaki shit they're saying is not that, it's sarcoidosis. And they always try to run away from it for years because you see your skin complexion. You just see what just happened.
For some reason the audio didn't pick up.
was a jelly before.
Wow.
So,
Are those things suspended?
I had no power to it for a couple of months. We'll wait till the end of that video and we'll get to this. I'm trying to get attention to it for a while. See, there's ions in there still. This is refracting nothing. Not inside there, but we got solids.
Let's see here.
Where's it coming from?
Just put everything in here.
I ain't had no electricity
Still in
for
here.
4 months.
C4, green, perfect. Vertical double. Get this a good angle for this thing here. Now we put these guys in. I'm going to say viral infection, enteric viral disorder. And when I look up the enteric
It's an inflammatory. Is it an inflammatory?
and
marker?
viral disorder.
Shit's up in. I was doing her flying or burning stuff.
The group of single-stranded RNA viruses are commonly in primary infection, especially in infants and children. They are responsible for minor or clinical symptoms including myocarditis, septic meningitis, Koolaid, I stand for diffuse influenza. I stand for viruses, those viruses that are known in the Western medicine. I stand to see if there's any.
This is what made me go and redo and make the pendants that I had made, and now we're on.
Ezekiel, you want to take some candles out there?
Piece that I gave to her after that. That's what
Ezekiel?
she's not as such. I was gonna ask your mom how his dad's been like this at times.
Symptoms of internal heart infections include fever, headache, respiratory illness, sore throat, incontinence, mouth, cold, or rash. Doctors observe the areas and symptoms on the examination of the skin on the mouth. The enterovirus is the numerous discharge of Kfssi virus, exovirus, enterovirus, and poliovirus.
Sounds like what they're doing for this Kawasaki shit.
The body is infection
It's good, my man.
in few illnesses, develop operative symptoms, the symbol of the common cold, individually developed
Would help seeing how this would help.
sometimes enteroviruses survive
Attacking.
and spread into the bloodstream, resulting in fever, headache, sore throat. At times, burning and overwhelming. People often refer to such illness as
The kids and so forth.
Not to share with you. After respiratory infection, I don't know if that was respiratory infection. I don't even know if I got the infection because the respiratory thing that came in, he kept his blood bombing. I said it to him, I'm like, we're going to change your blood. And he's like, oh, yes, oh, dude. And as soon as I
Rest care, huh?
got done doing the treatment, I just feel it in my blood. Yeah. It was almost like before we went to what I'm putting out is like, it's something that he's been carrying on and it's not being taken care of. That's what it's coming up on, because the numbers are so high. But every time that something, when any numbers are what they talk about a flu, it should be a 0. If it's a 20, it's creeping in. But if it's a 45, it's there's already manifesting in the body and moving from like physical and psychological distance. Like these are signs and symptoms of being in the body right now. My message is that these scans today, the scan, signs are getting the lesson that has gained the lesson we did. I know I get it. I totally get scientific things. Most of the time I don't really know people do it, I just think of the good stuff. I use it very for the balancing part. Because we were saying the informational skills is, just give it a little bit more focus into the the outside was
That's why they hunt us and fight us.
inflammation, immunization,
Trying to get you women
That shit can be
the
sent.
lumbar sacral function, so,
These are good.
sacral part on the back of the lumbar. Locomotion, apraxia, movement of legs, facial paralysis, vagus nerve, spinal meningitis internal,
3 times.
magnetic awareness, selective portal, email, white matter of the brain, face, rheumatic fever, streptococcal infection,
That's what's odd because
paralytic
my mom
disorders,
about the show.
streptococcus.
Dramatic fever.
I was going to look that up. I know it's in the blood when you're fighting an infection.
What's the conference is major, or must be a carrier. Let's see, streptococcal infection,
It says
streptococcal
it can
infection.
result from inadequately treated strep throat or scarlet fever. Rheumatic fever causes inflammation, especially of the heart, blood vessels, and joints.
Streptococcus is infection, it's a
How's the other joint?
the most common cause of obstruction tube dysfunction is when a tube gets inflamed or nitrogen fluid is filled up.
Comes from streptococcus.
Now, what's the extension tube? That's the tube that goes from your womb to where your eggs are. No.
That's your fallopian.
What's that? The extension tube is the canal that connects
When Keisha
the
tells me,
middle ear to the nasopharynx, which consists in the upper throat and the back of the nasal cavity. Yeah. I just got that question on one of those tests on the thing. Do you know I'm getting the genius ones all the time, and I'm just going by my intuition. I'm training myself, my spirit guide. I keep going, I'm like, come on. You know, the ones that come up that say, like, you can implement everything in your genius. So easy. I don't know how they think you're genius. I'm even getting the square
A
movement.
lot of people do. I have
Yeah, it's like, I just like, okay, you want to grow, but
It
that's
says that
not
that's
good.
an untreated form
Okay,
of
shit, I'll get one, I'll find one and I'll
bacterial
show you.
infection from streptococcus that has
Yeah,
the ability to make
13 out of 14.
protein that tricks the immune system.
The other day, and that shit was hard.
Genetics, people, and things,
No,
things.
on Instagram,
Stuff that
They know being transfixed to me, you know? Well, they should start by trying to talk to me, I'll tell you, how's that? How about that?
epigenetics.
How about that? How about that? Oh, cookie.
The things that take the soul. Take us away from nature. Switch USBs really fast. What's interesting is you see this. As I asked and posted this picture, yet they did not do that for this. Right?
No. obey quarantine.
Yeah, but no. They don't do it for those. Because it's truth.
And my other stuff.
But the thing for the
It's right here.
welfare, they're quick to get out and see. Because I shared that. And you see how fast it spread like wildfire.
Bad people, Jimmy.
No, something biting me.
Oh my God. See what the case line is still next. So it's crazy. Shooting eggs now. How they do in space. Didn't you know? How they do in space. How we're doing now. We got until 23rd March, kids. You better get that shit laid down. That's crazy. Love the light, everybody. Get this video uploaded. Catch the news.
They wouldn't let it up, so you got it this way, baby. Any way possible. Because them people are insane, man.
By all means.
Them people is nuts. We cracked the whip on them bitches. Said, I want it made not last week, but you got a deadline. You got a deadline of the 21st. That's their Zoom shit. Spray bottle. That's their Zoom. Spaceship Institute Zoom USA.
The typical result is 10 to 14 seconds of the coagulation. Higher than that means your blood is taking longer than normal to clot, and may be a sign of many conditions, including bleeding or lack of vitamin K. So in my dad's case, they're saying the opposite.
See, that's what I was stating to you. To live the life you live and have lived with me and those folks and deconstruct what here in the States they state for those who have such either a positive or negative charge to their urine for the, say, blood thinner that was prescribed to them. Do you understand? Depending on how such is, will be if they get to eat strawberries or not, or if they get to eat broccoli or not. Do you understand?
Not quite. But
It's the way your body breaks those enzymes down. Do you understand? Because you're going to have those proteins left over inside your urea. Do you understand? In your excretion. Depending on how your salinity, your metal enzymes, so on and so forth, and your, say how your blood is to, say, your body's biomicrovolt in itself is going to dictate how, say, again, how often have you scanned my stuff, and it has to do with testing. Test procedures itself, either through sugars or through the salt or through uric. You understand? Yeah,
Oh,
let's get
again,
on
it's
this.
here.
Look it up on this.
Chlorhydrate. Oh, okay.
How'd you get close?
What is it? Oh, I'm looking up the medication. Chlorhidrato. Let me see, what is this? Yeah, hi. Let me see what it translates to. Chlorhidrato. Chlorhidrato. Hydrochloride.
It's right there, right here. See it in front of you, the big boy.
Is an acid salt resulting or regarded as resulting from the reaction of hydrochloric acid with an organic base.
You're looking that up on?
Because it says that it's prescribed to him.
To take as an oral, a pill?
Yeah, it's a pill. And it says
It's a pill for him. Is high blood pressure?
5 milligrams. Yeah. It's indication. It says treatment for hypertension, arterial hypertension, coronary insufficiency, and insufficiency cardiac insufficiency chronic. It says Nebivolol. That's the commercial name.
So they diagnosed your father with hypertension and cardiac?
No, he has arrhythmia, and they are just giving this to him for something, for just to
As a
trying to
test.
give him something, but they're not.
As a test to see.
Yeah, but he's not gonna take it until he actually like see another doctor and get like more information. Because this says the Nebivolol is
Hold on. Read me all that.
it's a beta blocker.
See, and a beta blocker and so forth is going to cause a cascade and other things. Your dad went in to have this checked. Why? Or was it something that they checked, or is it an issue he had that... Just hear me. If you have heart arrhythmia, you can feel your heart skip a beat or to do differently. If it doesn't enough, then you'll catch it. You understand? Like, you'll notice it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it'll like be noticeable, especially if you're like doing certain things where it's like an issue to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they throw you off. Is Papa ever said that to you?
No.
Or to Mama? Is that what he went in and got diagnosed for?
No.
That's why I was asking, like, unless you scanned on him and it showed like thrombosis and some stuff like that to where he's going to be having the outer reaches of the heart and so forth, the really small stuff, like how I made the pennant, those smaller veins and those folds, like
Capillaries?
the 7 folds, arterial walls, and the veins, where you get to the capillaries. And then you get out into those breaches of the capillaries where the fat and stuff like that happens because the magnesium and everything gets pulled. So you get that buildup of fat. It's where the heart gets enlarged. You'll get this side will get enlarged depending on what minerals are lacking because the pressure to go up. You understand? With my mom's issue, if you scanned and seen, that's why this side of her heart is big. You understand? That's why this comes up. This is what she was supposed to be cracked open to have surgery. It's her stuff, as you read. From that taking and the mineral depletion, as you've seen with other people with the same, say, concordance. When you strip the magnesium again, the heart gets enlarged. And it messes with the firing. It causes, like, say, carbon buildup or soot inside of the stuff. What is that? The timer, not the timer. Your ignition coil. As the thing spins around, there's a gap, and if other stuff gets there, say those colloids or cholesterol and so on and so forth, secondary mineral deposits, you have that misfiring. Or not all the energy of the heart goes, as L.E.N.R describes, or in that implosion. You don't get all that energy in that.
He's, because of him having the catheter and he having to get his kidneys checked and his prostate and urethra checked.
That's a pretty good portion of the body that has been, since he's had it for a while, why I asked you to keep scanning, is his immune system, and that surface is having a foreign body on it.
And that's what I was reading. So there's this intrinsic data field that it's for phlebitis.
Not to be mean was, hey, I've seen my mom go through this with a catheter, and I've taken care of people and other things like this. And be it if I'm a man, a couple times that I got run in where I've had a catheter ripped out of me, I couldn't imagine still having a catheter in those times when we did still have an antenna where we're watching briefly the shit that you still liked when we got together. When we seen those commercials, those nightly commercials, all you seen were what? Catheter commercials. You saw that? From people not changing their catheters. That's one of the number one killers of people and so forth here in the States. You understand? Why would that be?
Because of infection.
And someone not having the money to switch one of those and leaving that in there. Instead of taking the time with such, having a septic system, and then having that there, you understand? And all the stuff that goes with that, and how easy you can go apeshit because of your diet. Changes all of that. You understand? Mannerism of what goes on down there. So I was saying for Papa to be really careful because he's going from your water to up here's water to back, but having to flush and having that still that catheter. And like, if you remember that sister that came in that was worried about her cat because she fucking knows her cat was peeing out the crystals. And I was like, fuck, the cat's pissing out crystals, man. I'm like, what does your urine look like? She didn't even know what her urine looked like, but remember? The sister? I was like, but you know what your cat urine looks like? You've seen crystals out of there. What about yours? How your joints feel? Okay. So in that instance of, again, you can tell what's going on with a person's, say, their diet or the millivolts of their body. Because your discharge, but you're grounding. So whatever you are taking in, what that diet is also what you're going to be excreting or what parasites are eating off you are not eating off you, are going to be how your electroconductivity is in your urine or your urea. You understand? And your waste removal. In a sense, our ability to do waste removal. Or what waste are removed or still kept or not broken down. That's what you're seeing with the targeted immunological, say, response, but loss on the stance that it should be on. He still has that, say, platelet marker or D-dimer type issue.
Because these had come up.
I had you studying on this stuff and stating if you stay up with me and the things that happen with your family now and are arising, it won't be an issue for you and you won't be left in the dark and having to try to fucking listen to dumbass key shit. But we'll be there because the correlation of showing you, hey, you just patched that hole with what? So do the reverse of that, because you know all the crystals that were used in that. You know what happens in that. You might not understand how concrete works, but if you don't look at it as concrete, you look at it as natural dyes, because you use this stuff to make my shirts. Hey, those same enzymes are in the body. So, so use that henceforth, because those crystalline functions, those crystalline light forms, those pigmentations, not pigmentations, but again those energetics and chelias and non-orbic to aorbic mixtures that get that to bind, that get that heat, that get that to cool, to get turned into a crystal or not a crystal, all right there. As you were saying, oh, this is like blood. Man, I'm doing open heart surgery. Because you said your head portals. That's what you said in the video. It's like open heart surgery. You said it feels like this and you patch the whole bunch. And coagulate. Solvate coagulate.
Ezekiel, this intrinsic data field had come up that it said previously, like a few months ago, and it says phlebitis. It's an inflammation of a vein. Phlebitis may occur with or without a blood clot. It can affect surface or deep veins. When caused by a blood clot, it's called thrombophlebitis. Trauma to the vein, for instance from an intravenous catheter, is a possible cause. And this is what they... So, my dad has to have the studies done for what originally, you know, it's bothering him from not being able to urinate.
And that was back when you got that scan?
That came up in March 25th.
Okay, he had the catheter then?
Yeah, for 10 days.
Had he had it before?
The catheter?
See, or blood drawn in a sense?
Yeah.
But that manner?
No, the intrinsic data field had not appeared before.
No, I'm stating the procedure. When did he have procedures and localization in the sense of that date for that scan? You understand?
From when they applied it to him in the hospital, and then they changed it when he finally got to see the doctor, but it wasn't.
And that's staying there in the background? That's still coming up in the scans?
I believe so, yes.
And that's what keeps, I don't know. What do I keep asking you and getting you to centralize on? Thanks, sir. What do I have that you don't have, honey? That's between my legs.
Oh, wow. Your genitalia is different than mine.
So I keep asking you to do what? Because your dad has what?
To scan if there's an infection
Because of what?
of having the catheter.
So, staring off at me like the way you are when I'm going. It's interesting that it seems like the only thing that would keep getting you to centralize on your dad is what?
But syphilis had come up when I first get back then on the 25th. And I need to see if it before came up too. Because as soon as I got back here, remember that I was asking you what bacteria, what is it? Like, what is it? When I got back here, I doused him, and it came up that it was syphilis. But he had the catheter previous to this trip. When he went to London.
I thought when they did that thing, the little chateau thing or something like that, he had to have that. But that's when that shit popped up, because they was drinking a different water when they went to Europe.
When they went to London.
Drinking the water fuckers, like, made something through his body off.
He had the catheter. He traveled with it.
Those either happened from their water or he had it before.
And on that trip, his immune system was already compromised, because remember he got the pink eye?
You gotta ask your mom, is this an issue that they've kept between just mom and dad? How long has this been going on to figure it out? Because either it came from London trip or just happened just before the London trip. But if you're describing what you're stating to me, then it's an issue that arose from when they first met, or just before or during, and never went away because it wasn't known. And so, epigenetic markers and say it's there, not just from epigenetics, but it's there. Compromise. Something caught in the past, but coming back. Either from one or the other, because of the scan mom. They've been in good spirits. Rule out the protector and make sure that it's just from the water or from a diet implementation, since you've been seeing that is some of a pattern in people that have come across the water and whatnot, since you guys were in issues of such. Your country is part of the B.R.I.C.S nation, so who knows how long. Produce and food, diet. Because everyone that day that you scanned with your dad had the same, pretty much the same damn readings on different continents. With the water. The water.
And because he has to get his
Do-
studies done for the check of the prostate, and he has to go under anesthesia for that, they had him do the electrocardiogram, like the
To
pre-tests.
see how his heart is doing.
And that's when they said, no, wait a
You
minute.
can't do that
We
because he got a
won't.
weird beat, but then what's causing your red beat, they did some pricks and scans, simple tests to see like
And these
where
are
I
the,
showed,
this is electrocardiogram, so
where
I wanted to,
showed with you where like if I get cut, you should not like even bleed really, like you can cut yourself and like as I show you, like you shouldn't even bleed if you have some trouble. But as I was stating, we're asking you to get something and have your mom poke his finger. You guys already stated that that's what happened, and that's why they figured out. Is what I was stating, if he hits and it's to 20 seconds, then, you know, and if you get a little dab of blood there, I was stating to get one of those diabetic prick things, or get a thumbtack, and have him poke his finger, or poke his toe. If, like you see me pull out that fucking shit on my toe, but there was no blood there.
so if the norm is between the reading 10 to 14 seconds, if he clots or coagulates faster than 10 seconds, there's coagulation happening, like clots possibly happening. If it takes longer, then it's too thin, the blood.
See, and you'll have bleed out.
This is his electrocardiogram, because I want to look up the numbers, what that means.
That's in Spanish.
But these
See?
numbers. L.E.N.R.
What is still in Spanish?
Yeah. Yeah, welcome to my life.
I love you.
Okay.
You need to defend that shit to the end. I'm like, it's in Spanish, dude. But yeah, it's numbers. I'm like, yeah. There's, where does that go? What does the word mean? And it's in Spanish. Right.
And so what the medication said?
So they stated, here's a blood thinner. They're gonna give him a sample. Give him a sample blood thinner and high blood pressure medicine.
Gave him a sample and then a prescription to go buy it.
High blood pressure.
Mama is like, no, you ain't taking this.
He doesn't have high blood pressure. His blood count, his heartbeat has been fine.
He said his blood pressure is fine.
And it's worth them stating and giving him the okay for him to go to the gym and shit like he's been doing this stuff before the shit happened.
He said his blood pressure is fine too. They took his blood pressure.
As he wouldn't have got it clear for doing the stuff that he was doing, where he was doing his weight loss and everything. If he had hypertension and all this shit that this stuff was for your heart's fucking... So it's to like relax your heart. That's why you seen my mom pass out in the fucking chair because the motherfuckers gave her the long fucking whatever the fuck heart shit. And she just fucking right there.
Yeah, because the heart is too relaxed. And the magnesium and all the everything that she lost. The salts.
That's fucking straight.
So my mom sent me that. She didn't say anything else after that. They're probably having a good conversation. She's like, what? ECG FA 90.
Let's see what's on the USB stick. This one will read. What have we got on this guy? That was just.
There. That number 9 is the one that it's saying about the arrhythmia. Let me see.
Well, this is from a couple of years ago. Big cracky ass. What the fuck am I doing? Oh, setting up the camera shit.
It says that it's in between. The number should give you between 60 and 100, and he has a 90. QRS.
I remember those guys. I remember these guys with me. Unless they're grown. These motherfuckers are grown corona babies, but it's time to bring our kids back out.
Oh, they determine the electrical axis of his heart. It says one of the key steps in interpreting an electrocardiogram is determining the electrical axis of the heart. Being able to determine the electrical axis can give insight into underlying disease states and help steer the differential diagnosis towards or away from certain diagnosis. Herein, we will discuss what makes up the electrical axis, ventricular axis classification, various approaches to determine the electrical axis, and cause of axis deviation.
Did it give you your centripetal interaction?
In electrocardio,
Your left hand, right hand spin.
in electrocardiology, a vector represents both the magnitude and direction of the action potential generated by an individual myocyte. The sum of all the individual vectors generate the depolarization waves makes up
the electrical axis. Because each myocyte can produce an action potential, an axis for each wave and interval of the cardiac cycle can be determined. Knowing the axis of each and how they interact can reflect certain pathology. When the electrical axis is discussed and taught, the ventricular axis is typically used in common clinical practice, although the atrial axis can be quite useful for clinical situations. Since the left ventricle makes up most of the heart muscle under normal circumstances, though it generates the most electrical force visible on the EGK.
Unless you get damage and mylar and myelin misfires and you get that magnesium. Then do a CPAP test and your potassium's fucking off. And what do you start getting? This side.
There's no regret.
It can't go. It can't push. And it starts doing what? Squaring. So it loses its jiggle. So this is that beautiful jiggle.
At birth, the normal QRS axis lies between 30 degrees and 190 degrees. Between the age of 8 and 16, the axis moves leftward, with normally laying between 0 to 120 degrees. The normal adult axis is between minus 30 degrees and 90 degrees.
You can't make this up. Come here, look. I can't move it otherwise it'll detach from the USB.
And he was 80, so he fits in that.
So, you just stated what you stated, and we're going to turn this up so you can see it. Don't move this, otherwise it'll disconnect. But as you just said what you said, why we're so useful is because of such. So as you said what you said.
718, 17, 16.
What is the valves of your heart doing?
Is it like this?
Same with the platelets, same with the bone, all the different things. The body can dielectric induction. Let's keep going. So what does the plasma do? Stacks itself. These idiots are talking about you gotta grow babies and shit because otherwise you kill. And we over here already doing the life that this idiot's talking about. It's already been given. It's been lived for thousands of years. That's all about Kiwi. It's the only time I ever smell my stuff. Okay. We're talking about eating gross shit. Why? Because after I did that, we got the off the trials and all the sound and everything. And they moved up. It's a full 25%. Still sharing. Somebody else is sharing my video more than me.
I also think that the optic chiasm has to do with the holoblastic theory. Oh, nice.
Still rocking peoples. 2 years on. Yeah. You trying to go away. I sped it up because I sense you getting bored. That's what's sad.
I'm getting bored. I want to keep reading on what I'm studying.
But what are you studying about? Centripetal. And what am I showing you? What the fuck goes on in your daddy's heart? Well, it should be in balance, but it's not. But you can go sit back and read, or I can show you. If you wish to accept that that's what you seen. So I'm showing you damn winter shit and other things with face cones getting no fucking laser, nigga. Everybody goes past my mercies. I'm showing you this stuff. Just got found today. Dad could go and do what? Do a Koolaid treatment to himself. You see that with a quiche though. Don't see a period because nobody pays attention. So I'm gonna share stuff every couple of years. To do with relevance of what's going on. Trump said what? People talking about what? Treating the body entire. The light. How could you do that? Actually ingest the stuff that I make. Or do the reverse as such and excite the hydrogen inside your body like I do with the fucking what? Glow sticks that happen to be burnt. They have a natural dye that you can do and put inside the body. And if it glows, the glow stick dye, why it's been given to people because it's non-toxic, meaning your kids can fucking eat the shit. Then you drink that and you put my dye next to you and it make you fucking glow. That I showed with myself by drinking so much of the stuff's nasty tasting, but anyway. It's worth all we bought on the glow sticks. And so I glow sticks now from that time, still glowing. 2 motherfucking years. That's crazy. You're reading that the axis the spin of the molecular centripetal fucking flux itself is conducive. You understand? Little shot. Why that's named the way it is. And the coils that you made. Everyone and everything but a heart. But think on the macro level. Your dad's veins and the intertwining of veins and arteries and capillaries and alveoli and so forth in the lungs, but also in the heart. You got the red corpuscles and so forth. This is your blood, and all that is mixed in with your blood, going over those surfaces and non-surfaces, interstitial fascia, and so forth. There's that potential in van der Waals. All creates that. And that comes up and how it interacts. Because remember, what's created first? The heart. So you gotta get that centrifugal inside coming. That phase conjugate. Vortex keeps the cord down here going, but it's upside down. There's two of it. That's why you gotta find out the axis, the C-axis, of the crystal. You see the plane perpendicular to where the light comes in and refracts. You got more of a what? Left side of your heart than your right. So if you get more fucking right-sided heart, it means what? You got disease, because you're thinking of dunya. Your heart gets congenital heart failure and compressed, and you die. The lantholides will help Papa. That's what I pulled from that mix. That's in that little canister that I had.
And the lab, 7/20/18.
43 pulls.
At 6:18 a.m. in the morning. Of the night. Zika Allah. 7th reactor is up and running.
Remember, this is what I encoded in from my mom's tenant. Do the same Papa. Just use the screen as the audio balance. Understand what they're getting. Be a comprehender. Centrifugal to centrifugal. It has to be in balance. Everything. No matter if it's killing or eating, whatever the fuck your mind has to perceive it. It has to be in balance. No matter if you got a mouth or not. You're taking energy from the outside. It sounds like he's trying to take my asking people how the fuck does crystal go back to dirt? Turning whatever the fuck he's talking about is not crystal turning back into dirt. That's worse. That's mud because it ain't even crystal. think you understand how pH is changed in the body. The electric conductivity going into their body, vibration, going in and out. I'm saying it's like, say, a mortar hornet going in to eat some Japanese wasps or Japanese bees. And again, they raise their vibration and somehow flapping their wings, which makes wind blow to dummies, but is actually magnetic flux within a heliocentrical sphere around the murder hornet. They cook it by emitting infrared radiation and raise their core temperature to 118 degrees, and the murder hornet can only live at 117. Western breed has to be trained or shown that somehow. And that involves. Otherwise. No more. Get to soothe your heart, and you get that depiction in the picture that Dan L.E.N.R showed. But understanding your heart centrifugal for what you're reading. Again, when I always state and ask and say it's so important to know those things when making the stuff that I make, or just the basis. And Jamie's stuff is on a molecule level in that building block. You can deconstruct your dad all the way back to his holoblastic cleavage when it's sperm at the egg. You can break down how much minerals dad had in him. With fucking grandma, or great grandma, rest in peace. Both of them, you understand? It's that easy. And then allocate in peace, in place, and balance all that shit that you need to in your father, and it'll fucking trickle down to the center. As you're seeing as you're working with yours and back and forth, but by simply working on these things and seeing, it'll keep allopathic medicine tricking epigenetics that make epigenetic markers become permanent ones. That can, in a sense, transduce into you, or they're permanent, or become epigenetic, say, expressions. If you PTSD to it, or if it's your environment, you're around your family a lot. Otherwise, you PTSD. The light therapy in Papa, I believe. Blue room, but not the blue room. Simple infrared with the light, 250 and 260 micrometer wavelength would be perfect. 254 is what kills stuff, the UVC, but I'm sorry, 450 and 454 micrometer would be a good treatment for him, because it's what the body phosphorylates in, that red infrared. And that's what you do the dye treatments and so forth with the natural pigmentations.
that illness that he has that's afflicting bacterially, that's causing the blood to be firing wrong.
In the lab, 719-8. The first baby made. Really strong motor, slowly centrifuge.
You definitely need to get him some magnetic water. Magnetic water.
In the lab, 717-18.
Doing underwater explosions according to the L.E.N.R. That's what is fun. And stuff, each explosion and so forth has a specific sound signature. You can tell what you're creating as cavitation happens. Henceforth, understanding the Koolaid reverse to what light frequency it will be emitting or sound in regards of what Maria would be picking up when she scans. But I don't see you quiche folks getting into that. There's the frequencies and so forth, and as she scans, sees the offshore. So you can hear it. That's some bubbles. That L.E.N.R, baby. Cooking. That's making my head.
See what I said? Yeah, that shit, man.
Cooking.
Yeah. Look at that. In the lab, 717-18, 2:34 a.m.
I was putting that together.
In the lab, 717-18, 2:34 a.m. I need to show you guys something beautiful.
That's kind of the way it works, you know, and I was below average. Somewhere around there, you know. Really selling a lot of things, just not this. I don't want you out here shooting all around all day and night, alright?
Knowing the absolute gravity of things is very important, as my wife is finding, because then you can understand what's going on with these numbers here. And the readings she gets from, say, the mineral content of her father, if she wishes to, then she can understand what's going on in the heart, how the body process. Just from one little equation, you can deconstruct or reconstruct something. And keep it fully autonomous, or you can make it the Keshe Foundation is wishing to do. Wake up, Joseph. Show you something.
The dimple I was talking about that I made. Show you guys how I see. The secret is making your positive into a dipole. Just remember the whole effect.
There you got a dimer right there.
So, positive, negative.
Show you Koolaid, kids. And remember how EMF reader works. It's showing you the after effect electricity
kid's gonna be the best.
Here, I'm posing for my body.
This kid's gonna be somebody better than anybody ever knew.
This red has a titanium in it.
It was great just watching every day was like a privilege. When the time comes for you to be your own man and take on
What are you reading?
But somewhere
The
along the
full
line,
crystals and
you
such.
changed. You stopped being you. You let people stick a finger in your face and tell you you're no good. And with these guys,
There's a gentleman, he was using his EMF reader,
like a big shadow.
and their stuff gives off EMF.
Let me tell you
Now,
something you already
you're
know.
going to get it reading off the resonance of these reactors of like 1485 to 1560. You're on in that range, and you know you're getting your reactions going
You're gonna hit
good.
as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit.
Finding
It's
the
about how
dimple,
hard you can get hit.
that range and all like that. That was a secret. Those people's copper, zinc, all of their stuff, I watched the video yesterday. Everybody took one of those. Proximity of each other for others. Their stuff doesn't give it all. Just want to check this. I'm gonna put
So the young man got there,
for that guy.
he already walked
The
around
bottom
down
of
the
that guy.
suit. He said, "Well, sure."
It looks beautiful, new
Old
cans.
man grabs his hand, said,
Let's
"How bad
clean
you want
the
to be
whole button up.
successful?" He said, "Real bad."
See how
He
they
said,
all
"Walk
wrap
out the
together.
water." So he walks out into the water. Watch this. When he walks out
See
into the
where
water,
she
he goes
went.
way
It's
deep.
about to be roasted. See, 3 more days.
Hey, man, like, I'm gonna make money.
Big
Black
layers,
guy
so
is swim. I didn't
I'm
ask you to
using
like
2 on this guy, so he's
I want to make
firing
money.
super
You got
hard.
me there.
See that Fuji
Then
wire?
he had it right around this area.
Extra night.
His shoulder area. So this old man is crazy. He's making money, but he's crazy.
This guy,
Right in his mouth. My man, like, I'm
That's your body.
he's on this in 24 hours.
But the old man said, I thought you said
You
you wanted to
see
be
the sleeves
successful.
on the bottom?
He said, I do. He said, walk a little further. He came, dropped his hand in, held him down, hold him down. My man didn't scratch it, hold him down.
You can pick it up yet?
Brushed it out like
It's almost
that. He had him held down. I knew before it was
seeing
something.
what the
He had
first
him held
action is.
down just before my man was about to pass out.
Copy this.
He raised him up.
Copy
He said, I
this,
got a
keys.
question for you. Somebody answered the question for me.
Come on,
He
nigga.
said, when you were underwater, what did you want to do?
That's when the plasmiums are reacting with your plasmiums.
What's that word?
The EMF breaks through.
He told the guy, he said, when you want to succeed, as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be
You
successful.
feel that feedback loop too. So get an indicator to tell you.
Unless you like it.
You show the breath, SOB.
Electric,
Yeah.
yeah.
You're thinking,
You reason.
you either get a feeling of
The
cool
only thing
or
you're trying to do
cool.
is get some air. You don't care about no basketball.
How can I go?
Cool respect?
You don't care what's on TV. You don't care about nobody calling.
Only
You
reduce
don't care about a party. The only thing you care about when you're trying to
So
breathe
training
is to get
exercise
some
to
fresh
teach you how to
air.
use
That's
your
it.
energetics.
And when you get to the point
So you guys think
where all
it's
you
for
wanna do
using
is be
for
successful, as
looking
bad
up
as you wanna
electricity.
be, then you'll be successful.
I play with them by seeing how much fucking energy I can shoot from my
But
body.
you don't want it bad. You just kind of want it.
Trust yourself to see that
You don't want
person.
it bad and then you want to party. You don't want it as much as you want to be
Little
cool.
children doing what you do, what you do. Reading the after effects of what?
Somebody lost sleep.
Yeah, I'll show you something.
And I'm here to tell you that in order to be successful, you gotta be willing to give up sleep. You gotta be willing to give up 3 hours of sleep, 2 hours. If you really want to be successful,
3 in the morning,
someday you have to stay up 3 days in a row. Because if you go to sleep, you might miss the opportunity to be successful.
Tuesday, July 17th.
You gotta go days without, listen to me, you gotta work your shit out so bad that you can get the eat.
But not sick enough to fucking infect the motherfucking world like the Key Foundation. I never get that sick. You see me push as hard as I have for years. I'll never do that shit. Sleep is for those motherfuckers who is sick with COVID. Who this dude just stated you can't do nothing
In the lab,
unless you got that shit.
11:47 p.m. Checking out like, something. Whole thing.
Hopefully these faggots don't fucking block the shit because of the music. Can't take the chance.
13 hours out there.
You know what that is, kids? That's me and my sperm cooking.
Good mix.
And you know they copying. That's why they tell me to do what they tell me to do, but they ain't telling me to do how I do. How I grow stuff since 1997 till now into the future with my seminal fluid.
Condensate on the side.
Right.
All down.
They just tell me to take a bath, drink some shit, fucking be married, and somehow grow a kid in a fucking reactor. Come on, kids.
Second shot. With DNA.
With DNA? They tell you how you make your DNA is with the soaking of your feet. Look it up. Look at that. See that seminal fluid right there, baby? See it? That's nut right there. Any man, any woman know what that is. Big old globule. It's nuts. Growing in this motherfucking... See? Growing into that optic chiasm one thing that you scan. Epigenetics, I can change it to dreams myself. And no more sarcoma. Coming up in my motherfucking scans, has it? Ah, nigga. Look at that. Look, it's going up and down. There's my babies. I got all kind of videos. I'm even talking to my kids growing on the motherfucking thing. That's my nut. Fully autonomous self-organizing system. Like I said, these goofballs coming with some shit years after nigga, after me. So I said it's funny, I found SD cards that I had put away, and then I already got shit recorded talking about it and how to do it, and got the test scans to go along with when I was doing it to myself. And he didn't know what was going on. That they is. He still ain't tested none of them. Except for two of them. That's what healed L.E.N.R.
2 days.
Sarah.
It's like this is
Randy. Your mom. You. My mom. The one that's been bred down to that motherfucking thing that's so close where it kills 100%, 98% fucks off cancer. That's still set over there, dry. I'm gonna put water back in it.
Particle size, but refractory index. We'll tell your pH and pressure down too.
That's where you get the little swirly little creature things that was bringing the plasma. Saying hello and shit. And he's stating, what the hell is these quiche people talking about? Because these fools is copying my stuff. And stating they doing what they doing. But I don't see no videos other than them fools talking about make the gans
with your fucking feet. Toxins of your feet.
That's the election agency, the rebel.
Lab 716.
Can you explain who you are and
What are you
if you don't
here
mind?
for?
And
I was about weapons.
pardon?
Keys right here.
Actually, Army Major John Hathaway from the 3rd State Election Agency.
Years ago.
Between hours of flipping
Yes.
added with string 93.
Yes, and what is your question?
It's an open invite through the end of the month to
Low
demonstrate
G-nuclear
data
reactor.
technologies in the white.
You have to go and ask your president if he allows me to come in to demonstrate. Is that great?
Damn it. Look back up there. You have to ask your president. And go. Guru boy. Like I stated, this man, to get his stuff to your little one world, one piece shit. Why did this shit disappear? To get his funding. Oh boy. What's going around the US?
One of these lamps.
Oh boy, what's going around the US? The US military. No. Actually, I don't understand the Spanish. If you could go into where I can see the light wave spectrum that it emits. That's what's crucial for Papa to do, like the Keeliah treatment with the natural dye. See? Or not see?
R95.
You gotta look in the specific wavelength of the light emitting itself. In the lab. 1718. Beautiful transmutation. In the lab. In the lab, 17. Yeah, look at that. 18, early in the morning. Look at this, man. think of this, but think of inside my reactor that I'm using to do the glass. If all I did, while I was stating why I wanted to go from that, or over the years of watching this do such, I'm going, I need to switch from that and put a case over it. Well, you got me that green thing, the other stuff that you got me. Saying all we'd have to do is just light it. Saying it's a fuel. Why I had you ask him if this is a fuel. Do you understand?
Show me drink your jet water crystals. Send the positive and one of my negatives. Fujiwara effect, good gold folding. See launch your jet water crystals. Yes, low nuclear, low energy nuclear reactions going on here. Off of those silver rods, 99 pure silver.
Negatives.
Getting transmuted. Some negative ions there. Whew. Crazy.
Reactor 3.
AU makes the optics of the water so clear.
The sulfide K.
As you guys seen in my first video, things that where you can see things and grow your dendrites and chondrites. You know? Cure for optogenetics and epigenetics. Yes, I is out there.
For some reason, they enjoy being in that atmosphere with no oxygen, with either the pure oxygen or the pure hydrogen. Always standing, taking them and breathing them inside of the methane. We should be able to get the ones that eat plastic and fucking convert our compost into a super exacerbated fucking nice methylated composter. And if they're methylene archaic, then we'll have an issue with aerobic stuff that's able to grow that causes fungus or mold that is harmful.
Living later, everybody.
So we can use it on like food, so on and so forth, for like say gray water and that other instant. Why with us in Sunnah Hadith, you know, the things that are considered, why you heard, the things that are considered, you know, supposed organic can't be if they're grown with gray water, like all the food and so forth.
In the lab, 17, 18.
Is that chirality?
It's 3, 4 in the morning.
Let's see what.
A couple hours before I gotta go to probate.
Let's check this out. So, think of this being inside of your body, but also out here, and how inside of the air and alveoli is and so forth. Let's say how those granulomas, or those things, create themselves, but also how you create yourself. Fujiwaras. Remember what the Fujiwaras are? It's a vortex, or say, centrifugal, feeding a centripetal, or that figure 8. Hey, you see a hurricane create another hurricane or eat another one. For the first time a couple of years back, we had Fujiwaras actually happen. You know, we're having early hurricane season in Bahamas already starting because of weapons of scalar flux.
I say, entropies, you can tell when people were doing things like the polar vortex coming over us and so forth. But as you're reading about the heart, and that chiral impulse, if you use Jamie's equation describes what you're seeing here. But it stops. I give it sentience and so forth with mine. Because what are you seeing here? Metal. That's all of it. But depending on how they're virtual particles, depending on how they're ions, depending on how that magnetic or dipole van der Waals interaction happens, in hydrogen bonding and so forth, and dimer, you're seeing electricity through water. You're splitting it and condensating it down because you have electricity going through the water, so you have the hydrogen being released, but also oxygen. You have redox gain, oil and loss, and so forth. But then you have the hydrogen 4 and deuteration and so forth happening. The electrophorylation, that vibration and cavitation. You have the elements being hit. And your cathode and anode giving elements, but the elements that are being created, as you see, because you have silver and carbon, where are these guys coming from? There has to be a specific vibration, sound and light harmony coming in to give it such balance to where when they come together, the Fujiwara, you see that exchange.
Beautiful. Gulch reduction, Fujiwara, wrench and jet water crystals coming off my carbon rods, shooting off from those 99% pure jeweler silver. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Grandma's about to die. These guys right here, I'm collecting their gans. And these bottles. Vases and other things constitute what shapes generate what. Also surroundings. And also what you use as your mix. Plasmoids are good for plasmoids.
Remember, all those batches came from me grinding down crystals and transmuting it.
Beautiful healing tool. I like species. Thank you, Lord. Started during Ramadan. This beautiful kiwi is liquor water. Super energetic.
I'm dizzy.
H3, ether plasmas.
Call that quantum foam, honey. That happened inside of you.
Welcome to everybody.
I'm really dizzy right now.
Hope everything goes right in probation today, so that I can finish my work, as I have much to share with you guys from these reactors doing low energy nuclear reaction. And this is beautiful. Fujiwara effect. Transmutation. Deuterium at 93%. And then re-entry jets firing good.
Look at them bad boys. See those guys doing their way.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Still haven't seen no lemmings share nothing like that. Been years. Still nothing from no lemmings. Or from no keshe. Himshio. Oh.
In the lab.
Oh, more, you gotta see this.
Can you turn off the heater, please?
I'm gonna get dizzy from seeing the energetic and such.
I can't move. I really feel dizzy. Like nauseous. Just give me a minute. I need to...
I'm not saying nothing to you. I'm not saying nothing to you, honey. Hello to whoever's watching out there. Going through the old SD card and watching things. About to switch over the camera and look at a reactor before I take it to the shop. Been off for 5 months. It's a really interesting macro video of some electrophorylation, low energy nuclear reactions. You can see the macro particulates, so forth. Yeah. Moving forward.
The potential of this keyionic. A little bottle. Those plasmodials so potentiated separate themselves and give a beautiful negentropic feeling. Powerful. In the lab, 17, 18. Ain't nothing there. This smell These batches were started during Ramadan. It's taken so long for me to show and prove low energy nuclear reaction. I fill these other bottles. Beautiful mix.
And grinding down those crystals. Clay so fulgurite. Stuff that I use as fuel still for years. And transmute.
Do re-entrainment. That will purify your water in your body, purify the surroundings. When this stuff moves, you feel it. Tell you what. Wow. Thank you. With those fully autonomous self-organizing systems organize themselves back. In the lab, without vortex. Amazing. presentation going over the gans. The vortex within the vortex. As you see, the gans are steady, so I haven't moved them. In the lab, that beautiful keyionics.
Whoa. It was like Saturn rings.
Amazing. Beautiful zeta potential. K-team and A-teams. Powerful. Feels such a energetic from the sky. Feed into the loop. Oh, powerful. 3 bottles of this. Use it for once. So energizing. Love and light, everybody. In the lab. On high. Good meditation. Good music. It's 3, 2, 1.
What's that on that?
Do you want me to put the flashlight on it?
Well, this guy's been unplugged. Zero boost since January. You've seen it run and go L.E.N.R. This is cathode, anode chamber, cathode chamber on the side, 2 cathodes, 1 anode, silver, ground down with poolisite. Now, interesting enough, I always say to use PDS meter, check your parts per million, electrical conductivity, your water, so forth, and use the laser so you can see your ions. It's interesting. As you see, you can see the laser line, which means there's something in the water, right? And people that are drinking the quiche stuff are not realizing that they're, getting dressed and shit. But anyhow. What I was pointing out, as you see the laser line, still inside there, but this is sealed. This container. exhaust port for it there. No. Your cathodes put out ions, which are seeing the laser beam. Now, they had put out this beautiful cesium blue and this darker platinum. So we scanned and got cesium and platinum. The copper wires that were around this, that you see there right there, have been getting eaten up. It's interesting because it's enamel. The copper wire that's around this. Now, as I showed back in January in the videos with this, on Facebook and on these still, I'm shining a laser in there and heating my plasma once back inside of my anode chamber that's separated because there's a file that goes up this way and one that goes this way, but then the anode itself is a silver rod inside of a glass piece right there that I'm hitting. Now what's interesting is this stuff here that's refracting like the crystal does. Like I was explaining before, the difference between colloidals, like how this is, but then you have this. So it's really interesting. Several different glass pieces cut to fit to do a certain thing. And just been watching this stuff accumulate. That little pile looks like cheese. Dark stuff's been accumulating with that wire. As you see, it's getting beaten up. But inside that chamber, there's a coconut water container. You see there's all that yellow stuff in there. Completely different. I'm gonna have to take this apart from right here to right there to get a sample of that.
Wait, what's that? You got 2 bottles there?
There's 3 bottles inside there, and then there's the anode chamber. Like I said, there's glass bottles within glass bottles. This is sealed to the side to where if there was, from this exhaust port coming from that side, if it did make anything, then it would have to make it in this part right here. And if it did make anything, if it fell, then it would have to fall inside this guy that's coming slantwise. And so I was saying, how did that stuff right there form? But interesting enough, it's all around the anode chamber. That's why you see that vial there is one of those big beakers. It's one of these guys. This,
Yeah.
and it's one of those going sideways inside. And then this guy here is one of those dudes, flip side down, with the thing cut where it goes into there. But that, as you see, is full of that yellow stuff. Yellow stuff is all the way down. It's like cottage cheese in there. These guys are connected. This was my cathode that you see in L.E.N.R and have the light spark in it. And I keep trying to take that video down. And support connected to here. That's right there. ground down poolisite and sewer. Use wax mixed with plasma that I make. Exhaust port is there. See the coils with the inside. It's burnt inside looking in this chamber. Whoa. You see that?
I can't see. There's a light. Hold on. God. You're flashing it on my eyes.
Inside here. That tube coming down. And it's separated, but somehow that yellow's in there.
Mm-hmm.
The silver turned yellow into that stuff that's inside the chamber. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Somehow inside there that rod is yellow. That's the anode itself. And the eyedropper filled with silver and poolisite.
Mm-hmm. Is that silver that formed there? Look right there. You see?
Let's see.
Right there. What is that crystal?
It's there too.
Yeah. And there.
It's like the blue stuff is eating up the copperware. The platinum is KZO. Turn it into the brown. I have to test and see what that's evolving into. Just turn it back on. I'm intrigued to see what that stuff is, all that yellow. And how this bubbles there. Inside the cathode chamber. You see it sweating.
Yeah.
Bubble within
Yeah,
bubble.
I noticed that.
Fourth phase of water, like I'm trying to tell fucking dumbass bunch of energy plasma. And dumbass quiche people. When you're actually making stuff proper, you do to get the fourth phase of water. Or even a glass container inside of another water container will lose its water. Like a burl does. Oh, stuff this is spinning.
There's water right there. Is that all filled up? Because for it to have like an edge of water right there?
Mm-hmm. And there's water in this. And this not there. This line comes like such. The exhaust port's like such. Quickly. Fractals out like a piece of quartz. Crack open the egg. See what that yolk is. About that time for the quiche foundations. Fucking bullshit. Let's start.
Welcome everyone to the the 328th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, May 14th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation and Spaceship Institute Education Department, part of the Public Teachings in English. My name's Rick Hammond. I'll be your host today.
Already tells you he's growing corona babies, and the thing is, you're growing fucking kids now and health eggs.
Quite often here in these Knowledge Seekers workshops.
Live and let everybody.
As in every single time for the last 328, and welcome again, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, good day to you. As usual, whenever you listen to these public teachings.